I mean, well, I guess one thing happens. Just lots of mushrooms.
Of course.
I think
See
Kim
what
lowered the power level of the map this time.
I tried. I don't know if it'll work as well.
Is that you think was causing all the crashing?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. So, also, I think there might have been a module I was using that because you said you were crashing specifically while turning your tokens, right?
I was at least.
You were okay.
I was crashing when I was opening the character sheet in another window.
That too.
Oh, that too. That's right. I needed to remove pop out. I think I added some other things that broke that. So, rip. Everybody got their sound open?
Yep.
Alright, can you all hear the music?
Yes.
Yep.
That's good timing.
Skip it. Alright. Do you guys need a recap? I don't think there's much to recap.
We found a armless person.
I have one arm, sir.
On one arm.
He still has one.
How dare you?
Triggered. A one-armed man came crawling out of the corpses of the Anke Queen's nest, and you decided to let him come with you. And then you crawled down a long, dark tunnel until you arrived to more long, dark tunnels. But there's these ones full of mushrooms, so that's perfectly all right.
We're currently camped out next to a blood-soaked wagon, listening to creepy laughter.
Yes. Well, you're not camped out.
Best type of evening.
That's how I like to end all my evenings. Pour a glass of wine. You just turned away from the wagon and you're kind of deciding what to do from there. And with that, did you guys draw any You didn't draw any pictures this time. I'm sad. Quickly draws a penis. Perfect. Well.
Iron?
Maybe.
It's hard to tell with all these fantasy settings.
It's true, they all kind of bleed together.
Oh, there it is.
Alright, we come back to you in a dark tunnel. Well, not so dark with copy lighting it up, but still a tunnel nonetheless. Seems to have a roadway running down it, however, and you are all currently standing in the middle of it, looking down towards the south as it descends into darkness with a little twitching imp next to you, trying to decide what to do next.
We were gonna do a long rest here.
I know you took a short rest.
I have no spell slots.
Remembering keys, one sec.
It's okay. There's a couple new things, actually. I can go over that. If you click on your token, you have a fancy new quick action bar in the top left.
Okay, that's useful.
You can
Very
just
useful.
quickly cast shit and make saves without having to open your sheet. And then if you do open your sheet, this is something that I kind of like. You have a new tab called Downtime. And in here, it's really, really simple. You can just add any kind of activity that you want to keep track of. Specifically, probably something that you would do during a short or long rest, or like while you're hanging out in town between adventures. Something like that. Like if you want to do research on something, if you want to unlock the traits of a weapon, attune to something, yada yada. Like all these things that you have in your inventory that you probably forget you have, or things you want to do that you forget, you can just quickly mark them down there, and then you can even assign like which check you need to do to finish it, and just save it. So next time you guys do a long rest or are in town, you can look at that tab and just be like, oh yeah, I wanted to do that. So keep that in mind. I think that's about it. Really, it's just the quick bar that's really new. All right, so where do you guys want to go? What do you want to do? What's the plan?
I think we should do a long rest.
Agree. Near the bloody wagon. Near the bloody wagon.
At least our back is to rubble and.
Rubble behind us, an imp in front of us. What could go wrong?
Some things.
Quick question. Is there any spell preparation, or is it just everything all the time?
What do you mean by that?
Like,
Which spell
I've
do you have
noticed
access
in
to?
the... Yeah, because not all my spells are in the quick access bar, so...
Oh, not all of them are in the quick access. That
All of my pack magic is not there.
it's probably because it's not considered. Yeah, it's not considered prepared. So I'm just gonna go in and hit always prepared.
I was looking for a button that did that, and I can't find one.
It is in the It's in the if you hit the little edit button on it, it's in the details tab.
Oh.
What did I have it for? Oh, pack magic. There's a whole button for it and everything. Amazing. That might just be a incompatibility thing with pack magic then, because it is considered always prepared. So
Okay.
I don't know.
If I
You
need
might-
one of those, I'll just I will do it from the sheet.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No problem.
Alright, so you guys head back up to the base of this collapsed tunnel with a lovely, bloody, broken down wagon as your company.
I will take the damage.
What?
I'm supposed to sleep.
You're not supposed to see this, no. Do you want to see it to record it? Okay. I mean, you're gonna hear it all anyways. Alright, so Answerin's taking first watch. We will need all of you to take one watch then. Since there's only 3.
Okay, I'll take second. And then where's my imp on the board right now?
Imp is right in front of you. Unless he's hidden. He's hidden. There he is. You made him invisible, remember?
Yeah, okay, so it's just, alright, start of the map, we have to make him visible for me.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I can't make him visible to only certain people. I wish I could. And, you bunkered down for an uneasy long rest. Do you guys want to prepare your campsite at anywhere? Or are you just gonna sleep on the bloody ground?
Do we have anything to prepare?
Well, you've got bedrolls, you've got, I believe you guys all have tools to start a fire if you need to. Whatever you feel like doing. Any security precautions? Doesn't even take his armor off, just rolls over with a blanket. What about you two?
I just,
Have nothing to compare.
I'm just exhausted and pretty much flop over.
Yeah, you probably. I don't know. Do you have things from D&D Beyond?
I do, but I don't see, like, maybe there was a purchase phase I missed. Because I have, like, the standard packs, but I don't, for some reason, have, like, the stuff you would expect, like a bedroll.
Yeah, you probably have. I think every class has a different starter set, depending on what you pick. But yeah, you don't have a bedroll. That's interesting. Oh, you have all the same stuff as Answerin,
Yep.
which has nothing useful.
Yay!
Well, there's an ink and quill, I guess. Super useful. You have a little bag of sand. What?
Yes.
What?
Why do you have
It was it was in the pack.
What use is that?
I
Interesting.
don't know.
That's fascinating. Okay.
Oh no, I know the use of it. I know the use of
In
it.
case he gets into melee range.
Pocket sand. Yeah.
Pocket sand. You'll have to empty it from the little bag into your pocket then, to make it truly pocket sand.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
I'm just kidding.
As a note, as
a
your
note.
bonus action.
I would like to
Pocket
empty my sand. Alright. You guys, in complete exhaustion at this point, just bunkered down for some uneasy sleep. And, we have... Oh, you can look at you moving him. He can move around. I think, does he requires concentration or not?
He's independent, unless I want to take him over. Then it requires concentration. I can't do anything.
Right, so he could just waddle
He-
around while you're
yeah,
sleeping.
do what he
That's
wants
fun,
to
you
do.
can control him then.
Which, that's how he works in combat as well. So he does his own thing unless I, in combat, actually use an action to make him do an
Okay, so
attack.
I control him basically then in combat unless you want to do something.
Yeah, he can relay things to me, but I can't actively control him without wasting action.
Right. Okay, interesting. That's fascinating. But that means you can control him while you're sleeping at the very least. Since he's waddling around.
He's
All right.
jittery and
He's very jittery. I imagine him as just a complete psycho, so. Answer, can you do a perception check for me? Alright. So you huddle down, probably propped up to the wagon, keeping your eyes peeled on the road before you. Have we decided if Copy sleeps with his light on or not?
He sleeps with his eyes open.
He sleeps with his eyes open, that's right. So he technically can have his light on then, okay. Luckily with enough light to kind of illuminate your surroundings for you. And aside from the occasional creepy cave noise in the far distance, you don't hear too much for your 2.5 hours of watch or see anything aside from the restless pacing of this little or new companion's little imp as it kind of waddles back and forth down this long tunnel and looks around as well.
During my watch, I'm taking notes on the imp.
Just observing him.
Observing, and like I'm looking back and forth between him and Aldo just to see if there's like any sort of interaction or link while
Okay.
Aldo is sleeping.
Okay, perfect. You will then, for 2.5 hours of observation, then you would definitely pick up on the fact that the imp is very independent of Aldo and does not require commands, which probably would be useful for you to know. Your character, anyways. And your 2.5 hours ends without much incident. Although at almost exactly the 2-hour mark, you do hear one sound that kind of pierces through the darkness, much louder than the other sounds you've heard up until that point. And it is simply a loud, agonizing scream from much closer than the other sounds. And don't roll long rest until everybody finishes their watch. Yeah. Aside from that, you don't see anything, and it is now Aldo's watch.
Aldo, wake up.
Ugh.
I
Did
heard
anything
a,
of interest happen?
heard a loud sound. Just FYI, in the distance.
What type of sound?
Not sure where it came from.
Like a crash?
Agonizing noise.
Okay,
Just keep your eyes peeled.
will do.
Then I lean back against the cart, fold my arms, and close my eyes.
Alright. And you fall asleep fairly quickly, being pretty exhausted. And thus begins Aldo's watch. What are you gonna do? Or I suppose, what kind of position and prep would you like to take for your watch?
Well, since I have the imp, I'm gonna let him continue to do his pacing, but he's gonna go out further than he was because I was paranoid and wanted him closer to me earlier.
Alright.
Outside of that, I'm going to stay somewhat near the camp, and I'm going to basically look at Copy, just wondering how his skin lights up, and clearly being unable to figure it out, and staring at the mushrooms in my idle times, wondering why people would eat them. But outside of that, I have no other prep.
All excellent questions. Roll a perception check for me then, while you wait. That's persuasion.
Which one was
Perception.
PRC.
PRC?
Oh no.
Not PRS? Oh no, it didn't help.
We used
Alright.
up all our good rolls last.
This is not performance.
So going to roll one for your imp. Alright. So you bunker down near your new companions for your 2.5 hours watch. Your eyes are heavy and you're still pretty exhausted, having only slept for 2.5 hours and hoping to get back to sleep. But still, you keep your eyes and ears peeled. You do spend, you're tired enough and kind of consumed by your thoughts of mushrooms and strange lights that you don't pay an incredible amount of attention. But at about, I'd say, the 1.5 hour mark of your watch, you do hear more so feel rather your little imp friend relaying to you a message of sorts, as he is kind of far down this tunnel at this point, exploring further. And he simply kind of an image of a small, what looks like a old campsite of sorts, kind of flashes through your mind as he shares this with you, what he's seeing in this moment. Farther down the tunnel a little ways.
Noted.
Noted. All right. And then, as he, it seems to be a dead end, kind of a offshoot of the main tunnel here, just off the side of the road. And as he is just walking up to the entrance of this tunnel and about to step out onto the road, he also, you hear through him as he relays this to you, a series of unfortunate sounds, specifically quite close to him, seeming to be coming down a hallway that he is just in front of, kind of the sister hallway to the one he just exited. And it simply sounds like loud, thudding footsteps. Getting louder and seeming to come closer.
Since he's a what's his mindset when relaying that information? Is it panic? Is it calm? Like what does he feel threatened by it?
He, being very small, feels somewhat threatened, yes. And imps typically are kind of, they don't give a shit, and they're a little bit fearless for their size, but even he is a little bit, you can definitely feel like a pang of anxiety, almost, when he hears these sounds.
Alrighty.
So, what would you like him to do in this moment? He seems like he is requesting further action.
Have a brief peek down the rest of the hallway that we were in. I guess it more looks like a road.
Yeah.
But don't go further than that. If it's down toward, I'm assuming the sound's coming from the south.
It is not actually. It's coming from to the east, down the tunnel that branched off from the main road. If you remember where that is.
Oh, that big tunnel up there. Okay.
Yeah. It's right. He's like right south of that tunnel right now, and he's hearing these sounds coming out of it.
Okay. Then he can go to where he was last time when he noted the laughing and give a peek. So he was down that tunnel a ways, but not that far.
All right. Do you what do you want his approach to be? Do you want it to be stealthy? Do you want him to flee at the sign of danger? Attack if you see something?
No,
what do you want his stance to be?
He's purely reconnaissance right now. I'm expecting him to stay invis and be stealthy about it.
Invisible. Okay.
And not attack.
All right. So he immediately, he was not before, but he kind of poofs back into his invisible state and starts creeping. You can see him just on the outskirts of your vision as the light begins to kind of fade into darkness down the south part of this road. Kind of skirts his way around some old, the rubble of some old pillars and peeks his head into this long tunnel where he hears these sounds coming from, and they're getting louder and louder. And just as he starts to peek his head around, you see a massive hairy form, or he sees, I should say, but he's relaying this to you with brief flashes of images, come into view and walking straight towards him down this tunnel, and almost big enough to take up this entire tunnel. 6 foot, 7 foot wide tunnel. It is a large, hairy, bull-like humanoid creature with horns that protrude from the top of its head, and it is currently covered in a considerable amount of blood and wielding 2 large axes, walking straight towards the imp and towards the road that you are on.
Okay.
So seeing this, what do you want the imp to do?
Can you unpoof him for a second and let me see his vision? Because when he's poofed, I can't see him.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, there we go. Alright.
Oh, that's right. I was gonna do this. He can just be. Have the condition on. There we go. What do you want him to do? Do you want him to retreat? Move forward?
Yes, I want him to retreat back towards me. I don't want him to do anything that's gonna cause more problems. So,
Right.
pull him back towards me, keep his eyes towards where that entrance is, and then, notify me immediately if he appears at that entrance.
Alright. I will say, he is walking straight towards the, there's only one path for him to walk, and he's following it straight out towards the road. You will see him walk out onto the road if he continues down this
Alright,
trajectory, I guess.
have him retreat back to me, and I'm going to, quietly awaken my friends.
Alright. The imp turns around immediately as soon as he catches this glimpse and starts darting back down this tunnel that he had only walked about maybe 5 to 8 feet down before the creature had poked its head around the corner. And unfortunately, as he is turning, both you and him get a glimpse of what seems to be the snout of this creature poking up into the air, starting to sniff. And it grumbles, a low, like almost roar-like grumbling sound, and seems to have picked up on the scent of the imp as it is turning around to dart back to you. And the steps begin to increase in volume and speed. So, as you are doing that, as this is happening, you've turned. You said you wanted to turn to wake them up, so go ahead and do that.
Hey guys, we have a bit of a problem.
What? What happened?
Remember that noise you told me about?
Yes.
It's here.
Oh dear. I get up. And I peer through the cart. Where is
I
it?
also attempt to hit copy, but my arm is missing. So in frustration, I kick a rock at him.
Oh. You kick a rock, and it ding, right into the side of his armor, and as he is sleeping. Does Copy wake up to this?
No.
No?
I'm gonna go over and shake Copy.
You shake him awake.
Copy. Wake up.
What do you want?
We have an issue.
What kind of issue?
I'm just gonna make a guess. We have some kind of minotaur-like creature, coming our way and is aware of the imp.
Can you, sacrifice them?
That was going to be the next plan, but, just in case. Get ready.
How about we roll ourselves around in this blood? Some camouflage, maybe?
You want to cover yourself in the stench of fresh blood when a minotaur is walking towards us.
Yeah, but the blood's been here, so that might not be a bad idea.
Okay, I'll roll with it. I'm already covered in blood.
Yeah, you
More
kind of.
blood
I was gonna
isn't
say.
The imp should roll around in this blood too. I'm sure he'll enjoy it.
At the first mention of rolling around in blood, you immediately heard it, and the imp is already just flailing around in the blood, which is kind of half dried at this point. It's a little crispy puddle of blood, but not dried enough to forbid you from smearing a bit of it on yourselves. And what do you guys want to do? Do you want to hide then? I'm assuming.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll have you all roll stealth checks then with advantage, having smeared yourself with old blood.
Oh, that's sleight of hand.
Which one did you roll? Which one did you just do?
SLT. STE. No, is it? Probably.
I don't know. Mine says the whole word.
It is STE. Yeah.
Oh, how do you do it with advantage from?
Hold shit.
Can you does shift work? Oh, it does
Yeah.
work from there. Sweet. All right.
I rub my hands into the blood and wipe it across my face.
Yeah.
And
So
then
you guys are
badass
all
pattern.
now in tribal patterns. You are all now covered in blood, and just as you do this, and all of you crouch down behind this the wagon or whatever you can, any stalactites or anything, I guess stalagmites in that case, that you can find as cover. You watch and more hear echoing from in front of you. Just as Copy's light goes out, and everything everything seems to be drenched in darkness, and you see the for those who can see in the dark. So I think Val, or not, yeah, Val, you don't have dark vision, do you?
Yeah, I do. I'm a
Do
half
you?
elf.
Oh, you're half elf, right? Sorry.
I'm the
Yeah, so
only
you
one that can't see shit.
yeah, you just can't see shit. Aldo and Copy watch this massive, taller than you most likely, Copy. Maybe not by much, but a bit taller, maybe half a foot, from what you can tell from this distance. Indeed, what seems to be a minotaur walks out from the side tunnel and stands in the middle of this road with his snout lifted in the air, just lets out long sounds, and looks around, kind of scanning the up and down the road. He looks up towards you, looks at the wagon, at the pile of rubble, and then continues scanning around, turns down south, sniffs a few more times, and then begins to walk south, farther down the road, as if he smelled something or something interests him down that direction, and he disappears out of your sight.
I move my hand away from my mouth and nose. I give out a sigh. A quiet sigh.
I quietly think to myself, how fortunate the imp was calm for the brief moments that we were in danger.
He was. He's a good boy. All right. So with
Wow.
that, what's the plan then? Now
Well,
that you're all
gentlemen,
awake, I'm afraid you will not get your long rest. I'm sorry.
I think that since he's leaving, we should take this opportunity to skedaddle where he's not.
I agree.
Let's go.
All right.
Lead the way because I cannot see.
So you want to walk back down and up the tunnel that he just came out
Yeah.
of, right? All
Yeah,
right.
where he was, we want to go.
All right. So with the imp in the lead, kind of scampering along quietly, and the rest of you following, somebody will need to lead Answerin, or he's gonna have disadvantage on his stealth.
I pick up answer.
That's one way
Just
to do it.
Sling him over your shoulder. All right, you sling Answerin over your shoulder, and the two of you follow the lead of the imp, creeping down this roadway towards the tunnel entrance. And I do need you all to make a stealth, just normal stealth this time.
I'm on his shoulders, though. Does that matter?
That's a good point. I will say you won't have to roll stealth because he is carrying you, so you're probably not making any sound. Lucky for you, because that's a bad one.
aside from giggles.
If you decide to giggle.
Nope.
You want to giggle right now? Alright. What is it? STE. What is SLT?
Sleight of hand.
Oh, sleight of hand, of course. Alright, and wow, that's a nat 20 on the imp. Well, you pass undetected down the tunnel and back up this direction.
The imp throwing god rolls, saving us.
Alright. And as you creep down, you can see the tunnel ahead of you as you round this corner seems to open up by quite a bit into a large cavernous space. This one filled with mushrooms that are quite tall and in larger clusters than you've seen up until now.
This is the dinner I was talking about.
And you do see a light flickering coming from the center of this, and behind a large stone pillar that seems to kind of go up into this 20 to 30 foot high ceiling of this cavern, and scattered about are many what seem to be small tents, oddly small tents, small enough that all of you stand at least 2 feet to 3 feet above each of them. They're just kind of lining up along the cavern walls of this space.
Does my character, given his history, recognize them?
The tents?
Yes.
I would say, I mean, you can do a history check if you'd like. Damn, 21. What do you, let's see, you would know that there are some species of creatures that live in what you know to be the Underdark, which I don't know if you guys remember me explaining that from last session. But it is the massive tunnelless expanse underneath the whole continent, basically. There's many things that live down there. You know that one of the things that does tend to live down there is a type of what they're called deep gnomes, and they only live in the Underdark. They're obviously gnomes. There's the only thing you can think of at this point that might indicate small tents of this size.
Can I listen for any movement?
Yeah, do a perception check.
Nope.
That's persuasion.
Christ.
This is gonna be interesting. The entire.
Learning the. Oh, nice. You incredible. All right. Well, you hear a very clear sounds of. Loud, deep, grumbly snoring sound. Seems like it's coming from the center of this cavern. And as you are kind of pinpointing in on this sound and picking it up, in that same moment, you actually hear a small psst pipe up from your left. And you look a little bit to your left, to kind of on the side of this large cavern, large stone pillar with a cluster of mushrooms in front of it, and you see what looks to be 2 large cages. And in one of them is that you can barely see illuminated in the glow of these mushrooms, a dark elven face peeking out between the bars.
Guys, there's a face. Over in the darkness over there.
Is that the mushrooms talking?
I can see glints of his eye, and I heard someone call over to us.
You hear once again, a little louder this time. Psst, psst. You over there.
There it is again.
Can you point it out?
Point towards the. They can see the cages, right? Of course.
Yeah, they can see him.
Yeah, we could.
I point towards the cages.
He points right here.
Okay. All right. Yeah, there's definitely something there.
Should we go check it out?
I
Maybe
mean,
someone needs our help.
either that or we. Oh, if the Minotaur comes back, we can throw it at it.
This is true.
And as you are talking quietly to each other, you just hear once again the same whispering voice kind of just barely like whisper shouting in your direction, like, "Oh, what are you gawking at? Get over here before it comes back."
I'm gonna make my way over slowly, quietly.
Likewise.
Alright, you all, as the imp kind of skips and twitches its way over there, seeming fascinated by the thing in the cage, you all walk up to see what looks to be a drow woman, currently held within this large, very dirty cage. She is wearing nothing but looks like a long blouse, and her hair is just dirty and disheveled, and she looks like she's been there for a little bit and clearly was not put there with care. And as you walk up, she'll lock eyes with whoever walks up first. Probably you, Val, being the most one of the most intriguing of the bunch, and says, "Interesting. Who are you? How did you get down here?"
It's a story that involves ants, and well, we were a bit panicked, so we just came down here to get away from them. Where's here?
My big friend and I were chased down here by what seemed to have been the queen.
She kind of scans each of you up and down with a bit of intrigue once, and then looks back at you, Val, and says, well, you're in the Upper Dark. Sure you know what that is?
Yes.
As fascinating as I find your story, would you mind getting me out of here before the Minotaur returns?
What's the current state? Or is it just in the cage, or is it also chained?
The drow?
Yes.
Her hands and feet are shackled, but together, not to the ground or anything. And the cage has a pretty heavy, looks like just a basic padlock of sorts on it.
I looked at my friends. Are any of you adept at getting these things open without making a lot of noise?
I have not read many books on lockpicking.
I have no experience with such things.
Excellent.
Would you happen to know where we could find the key?
She kind of shakes her head in exasperation and says, "There's another one. There's only two of them. I don't know where the other one went, but the other one is sleeping in the middle. I believe he has the key. Unless it's on the other one."
When you say the other one, you mean the Minotaur?
Yes.
This is a terrible decision.
By the way, what are these tents behind us?
Small tents.
Yes, I'm asking the drow.
Oh, you're asking the drow.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought you were asking me. I don't actually know. They don't seem like they would serve the Minotaurs in any way. But I suppose perhaps they took over a small encampment of some sort.
So nothing's been in and out of these tents at all?
No,
That you-
nothing.
Okay. Alright, guys. Do we go for the key? Who is the stealthiest of us three? I say copy of Necus.
I feel you have bad judgment.
I apologize.
Gentlemen, you forget.
Yes. Well, he was perched on copy of Necus' shoulder. I didn't see him.
I mean, it's fine. He does those sorts of things.
I Do we want to give that a shot? We should
Uh,
hide
I-
as he's doing this.
I agree, and I think it's our best option. At a minimum, he can find out where it is.
Okay.
Familiar, I see.
Yes,
Interesting.
quite useful little beasts.
Of course. I would say take cover. Send him in. Imps are quite sneaky little fellows.
Yes. It helps when they can just not be seen. Sadly, we're up against the Minotaur, so hopefully he doesn't smell it.
Oh, he's still covered in that blood.
That is true.
Well, decide quickly before the other one returns.
All right.
Would I fit in this tent?
You could, yes, you could squeeze yourself in there and just barely kind of hide if you curl up a little bit. I don't believe that copy would be able to fit in a tent, however.
He can just put it on his head. That's it.
And sit.
Gentlemen, never mind about the Minotaur. We're all blind.
Yeah. Well, I am.
Yeah,
He's
I
literally right there.
You seeing him for the first time? You peek up over the, as you've walked forward, you peek up over the cages and the small tents, and you just see the hunched form in front of a, like a dull, flickering coal, the coals of a low fire, and you just hear as he's just breathing slowly in and out, and lying next to him are two massive, what seem to be scimitars. He's still not awoken.
Are one of the mushrooms near me the big tree mushrooms?
They're not quite big tree mushrooms, but they're about like 8 feet tall.
Can I conceal myself behind one?
The bigger ones, yes, probably. Although they do emit light, so they would probably light you up a bit more.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. I generally don't think of bioluminescent mushrooms, so
That's true.
You could take my strategy and hide in the tent.
oh yeah, I would fit.
Yeah, you would fit.
We're about the same height, I think.
All right.
Copy
I'm
can
going-
try and squeeze into one of the tents, but he will get disadvantage on his stealth if he does so.
You can share mine if you want.
I don't think we're gonna fit.
I'm just gonna duck behind this corner or this rock in front of me.
Yeah, but
Okay. And I need each of you to make a stealth check as the imp creeps forward.
Wow.
Nice rolls tonight.
we are a very stealthy group.
Although from right next to you, Copy, you hear the elf kind of under her breath. It's a terrible place to hide. She's just like glaring daggers at you, and the imp creeps forward slowly. None of you can see him from your angles. Although I suppose, Ansrin, maybe if you poked your head out from under the tent, maybe you can see it in the flickering of the fire through the cages. But
I'm watching him, so
you're through his eyes? Okay, perfect. So you watch as he creeps up to this massive, furry, well-armored creature at that. You can see that he's wearing what looks to be a heavy set of scale mail leather with mail plates kind of strapped onto it, onto the various pieces of it, and goes to sniff around, see if he can find any keys. Oh, God damn it, that's persuasion. And alright. You, the Minotaur kind of grumbles loudly in his sleep and snorts a little bit and rolls over just as the imp is walking up, and he kind of dances out of the way a little bit to get out of his way. And as he's doing that, he comes to the other side of him and he sees and more hears the slight jingling of a simple, primitive set of keys that seem to be hanging off of his belt side. And with that, he reaches up his little red hand and goes to take it.
Oh god.
And as he grabs the loop of the looks to be just two simple keys, he yanks on it a little bit, and you can physically see with just this dread welling in your chest as the kind of loop of his belt gets tugged on quite hard. The imp does not seem to be very deft with his sleight of hand, and immediately a loud, angry, kind of grumbling snort fills the chamber as the Minotaur awakens and turns around. The imp kind of scampers back a little bit behind what looks like a crumpled stone structure of some sort as the rustling of armor as it stands and starts to look around the chamber.
I immediately break concentration with the imp and inform him to go up the chamber as opposed to towards us.
All right.
He's still invised.
Yeah, he's invised. But what does he
My
smell
eye-
like?
I put my hands over my mouth and nose again.
And the Minotaur. As the imp, as soon as you break connection with it, you can just see the slight glow. As you're the only one who can see him, but he scampers, kind of just away and towards the far end of the cavern. As almost immediately the Minotaur lets out, his head seems to turn to the side, not catching sight of it so much as catching the smell of the imp as he lets out a loud, angry yell and begins to follow him, kind of charging down the cavern.
Oh fuck.
And as he does so, you don't see anything anymore, but you feel the sudden just snap of a connection break kind of inside. The telltale sign that your familiar has been destroyed.
Unfortunate.
And now you guys, from the far side of this cavern, you can hear sounds of the Minotaur walking around and moving about the cavern. And you can just hear, like, under her breath, the drow elf kind of hisses, like, unfortunate.
Yes, very. What do we do?
It appears it's go time.
Oh no.
Alright. Make a decision as he's circling back around this large space. You guys have a window of opportunity.
We have a chance. I poke my head out of the tent towards Val's tent. I'm like, we need to book it.
I'm in agreement.
Alright.
Don't turn on the light.
I look towards the elf and make like a cancel sign, like moving my hand by my neck.
She looks at you with a little bit of confusion and then kind of nods a little bit.
And then I mouth the words, I'm sorry.
Alright, where are you guys gonna go?
I can see... What can I see?
Right now, you can't see anything, but you can still hear as the sounds start to get louder.
So
You can see the cage and the mushrooms that you saw earlier. You can do perception if you'd like to try and get more information.
all right. Where did the quick menu?
Gotta click on
You have to click on your character or your token.
Oh, there it goes. It was because the imp died.
Oh no.
Wrong one.
It's gonna take a bit to get used to. Alright, I'll say with that roll, with the brief glimpse that you got through the over the cage and into the center of this space earlier, you did see that what stuck out you to the most was that there seemed to be, aside from a lot of blood and maybe some body parts scattered about, you did see more large kind of pillar-like structures holding up the rest of the cavern, kind of scattered about in a circular shape. Certainly something that you could hide behind if you needed to. But aside from that, everything else just seemed like a kind of a center camp area. And you do know that you got the sense that there's more tunnel entrances beyond, and of course there's the one behind you, but that's about all you could get in that brief scan.
All right, guys. Which direction do you want to attempt to move?
I say we move away from this tunnel that we just came in from, because the other Minotaur is that way.
Oh, yes, I understand that that one's behind us.
I say we go this way, towards that way.
Okay. He is currently just northeast of us, so be wary of that as you move. But that's the last known location I've got.
Okay. Alright, let's move quietly.
Alright. You begin to move. You guys can move yourselves if you'd like. I need you all to make a stealth check.
I try to slightly
Well.
conceal myself behind copy,
Oh,
which
no.
apparently is going to be a bad decision of mine.
Oh,
we're
no.
fucking the god rolls are gone.
Ah, fuck, you used them all. And immediately as you pick this direction and begin to move, you hear as around the corner comes the Minotaur, or appears the Minotaur. This is the wrong direction to go, and you try to like duck down behind a mushroom, behind anything as he comes into view, but unfortunately you aren't quite able to get there in time, and you kind of trip a little bit and run into Copy in front of you, and with a little bit of like a clink sound against his armor, and just immediately you hear the angry Minotaur roar as he spots all three of you, and have you guys roll initiative.
This is it, boys. It's been a pleasure.
Damn it. Wait, where is that on the thing?
Don't turn it on quite yet. That takes an action.
Where's initiative on the?
Sorry. You click on your character, and then you hit the toggle combat state button. Right click.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, okay.
And then it's the sword and shield, and then you go into the tab with the fist. And there should be a dice there for you to roll.
Fists.
Oh.
On the right side, next to the chat.
Yeah, up by the chat. Which I discovered you can right click on that tab and it pulls it out for you,
Wow.
which is fancy.
Sounds like a boat.
We're fighting a boat.
It is definitely a boat. Alright, begin combat. There's some good rolls though.
I mean, I have no spells.
Yeah.
I didn't technically take the long rest, so I'm not gonna cast anything.
What to do? What to do?
While he's thinking, brief rundown on movement and action costs.
Yep. This is your first combat. I forgot. So every turn you get one action, one bonus action. Everything you do mostly counts as an action unless it otherwise specifies. It'll always tell you if it's a bonus action. But like casting any spells, using any items, making a weapon attack, all that stuff counts as an action. And you can only do one of them on your turn. And then movement is just if you look on your character sheet, whatever it says your movement speed is, that's how far you can move in feet per turn. And if you need a ruler or something to measure that, you can just click on your character and then hit control, and it'll automatically pull out like a distance measuring thingy-mabob.
Okay.
And that's about it.
I'm gonna let's see. It's pretty fun. Turn my light on.
Do cantrips count as actions? I forget.
They do, yeah, they just don't use a spell slot. Alright. You turn your light on as an action.
I'm gonna move over to the lady.
Alright. Alright. And as you walk back with this bright light, she kind of squints back and looks back up at you and gods. She seems both unhappy to have bright light in her face and also terrified that the Minotaur has found you guys. Right,
Can
and
you fight? Can I ask her?
yeah, let me out. Let me out and I'll fight.
I have to wait till my next turn to swing
Yep.
at this cage.
You can swing at the lock and see if you can break it. That is always a thing you can do.
Can I do this now?
What was that?
That
You're
moves
really
to my
quiet
next
again.
turn.
Yes, yeah, that's an action. It just counts as a weapon attack, so.
Then my turn.
Aldo, where's this Minotaur? Can't see it. I'm hidden behind here. Just point me in that direction.
Currently directly in front of where I'm looking.
He's just barely around the corner of the rocks from where you can see.
Wait, did movement count as an action, or was that independent?
Movement is separate now.
What action did Eric take?
Turn his
He-
light on.
He turned his light.
Oh, okay. Why can't I see him?
Alright, so I'm gonna cast True Strike on the Minotaur.
Does he have to be within your line of sight for that? Let's read.
Target is range. Where's my range on this thing? It's 30 feet. God damn it. Never mind.
You mean? He's about 55 feet away from you right now.
I'm gonna move back here.
Alright.
And I'm gonna get ready to dodge just in case.
Alright. Brings,
That's my
brings
turn.
us to Eldo. Yep.
Alright, I'm going to. How do you ping again?
Just hold down left click on a spot.
I'm there, and I'm going
Alright.
to immediately cast False Life on myself.
good. You can move yourself over there. Right, and then just do a roll for that. At second level, okay. So you get... Oh, it didn't actually roll that for you, huh? 1d4 plus 4.
Missed. Oh, and I told it to consume a spell.
Yes, it'll consume the
Yeah,
spell
okay.
slot, but for some reason it didn't roll your health for you. So if you can go to the left-hand side, there should be just a basic dice button where all your tools are. I think it's at the bottom. Simple dice roller, just roll a 1d4 for me. Nice. 4 plus 4, so 8, and then you get an extra 5. So you get 13 temporary hit points.
Shit, new tank.
That's good. New tech. I think you can mark that under your on your character sheet. Yeah, there's a temp spot, so just put 13 in there. Perfect. It thinks you have full health now. Hee. Well, technically you do.
Feeling a little bit better.
All right, and that brings us to the Minotaur's turn, who is just going to, with a much speedier pace now, across the cavern towards you, and he'll stop. You can just see him stop just beyond the edge of the kind of peeking out through the mushroom cluster there, and he's kind of just going to hold his double scimitars that he picked up and clank them above his head with a angry, loud growl that echoes pretty loudly through the surrounding tunnels. And that will end his turn.
Should we have vision from Arrow's light? Oh no.
I did, yeah.
That brings us to the dark elf, who, kind of looking up at you, Copy, with the drow. Sorry, she'll kind of scoot back to the back of her cage and just whisper something that you can't quite hear under her breath, angrily, and just kind of watch you guys and wait for what's happening, listening with slightly wide eyes to the sound of the Minotaur getting closer. And that's all she can do for now. Brings us back to Copy.
Do I just attack the cage?
Break that lock.
Yeah, just make a weapon roll. You bring your sword down with a cling on this metal lock, but you don't quite manage to hit it where you wanted to. You kind of hit off to the side a little bit, and you you just hear the drow swear under her breath and try again.
I'm gonna have to wait another turn for that.
Yeah, but wait another turn.
I yell at Answer and, hey, come hit it with your staff.
Okay. I'm gonna make my way over and hit it with my staff.
Yeah, as he peeks around the corner, you dart over and heed her request and smack it with your wooden stick. See if you have enough strength.
I just roll with my staff.
Yep, just roll with your staff. And you clank boing, your wooden staff down on the. You do manage to hit the lock, but not nearly enough. With not nearly enough force to break it, it just kind of clatters around.
And then I look at Copy and I just raise my hands. What do you want me to do?
And this time, more loudly, you can both hear under her breath, "Imbeciles."
I'm about to leave this bitch in here.
I stare at the lady.
Just
I'm gonna
unblinking gaze.
I'm also preparing another dodge just in case. My bonus action.
A dodge? Okay, perfect. I think unfortunately dodge counts as a full action.
What can I do defensive?
Most classes don't have anything defense. I think monk is the only one that actually can do anything defensively, so
Okay.
for bonus action anyways. But and that'll bring us back to Aldo.
Alright, I just want to make sure that I'm reading this info right. It's 120 feet on Eldritch Blast.
Yep, yeah. It's super long range.
Yep. Alright, cool. First things first, I'm going to basically scream at that dark elf. Can you do anything from inside the cage?
She's going to, at this point, not bothering to whisper, yell back, "You don't think I've tried that already?"
Well, for fuck's sakes, I just wanted you to know.
Well, thank you. Just yell back angrily.
So I'm going to pull further back, but maintain line of sight on the Minotaur. So I think this is going to be kind of wonky. So just pull my dude back because I'm just going this way. And I think this is still line of sight.
Yep.
I can't see
And you
him.
guys, you do actually get, when you duck down behind objects and stuff, you get cover too. So remember that. At that, you'll have probably half cover, so you'll get +2 AC for any attacks against you.
If I move one further back, is that full cover?
Full cover, or the only more cover you can have than half is 3/4 cover, and that's only if you're behind like a wall or something.
Okay.
So I'd say like here, you would have 3/4 cover.
Just
Oh.
line of sight from there.
Yeah, I'll stick with the mushroom for now. I'm not thinking. He's not thinking that clearly right now. So
Okay. True to character.
yes. Well, for fuck's sakes, we just need to kill it. So I'm gonna cast Eldritch Blast on it.
Yeah, she'll yell, "Surprisingly, I'm in agreement!" And then as you're just shooting out with this dark blast of energy out towards it, you can make your roll.
Nice.
Nice. And you do watch as it collides right in the center of its chest, and it does not, however, seem to stop it in its movement, but it does at least seem to leave behind a bit of a char mark on the front of its armor, and you do manage to deal 2 damage.
Well, that was slightly less effective than I'd hoped.
Should have just
At
shot
least
the cage man.
You hear the drow kind of mumble. At least you hit it kind of pointedly in your direction, Copy.
I nudge,
And,
I nudge Copy and I point to the Minotaur, and then I motion to myself and then to the lock.
Okay. You pick up on that, Copy.
I am pondering this suggestion.
Do you copy?
Why didn't I say that? I'm so bad now. Alright, and that brings us to the Minotaur, which with a kick of one of its legs and a loud like snort, bull snort, I can't do one, but imagine, he will come charging with scimitars raised across the cavern with his head ducked down and his horns pointed forward to hit you, Eric Copy, as you are the one that is closest to him.
Bless shield, please save me.
Did you... Wait, what?
Oh, no, I'm praying to my shield.
Oh, sorry.
Make the
Like,
roll
did
in
you
my
use
favor.
bless or something? Right, sorry. You do a brief prayer up to your dark god as it comes charging across the field, and it manages to catch you right in the middle of your chest in your armor. And I need you to do a... what is it? It is a... strength saving throw for me to hold your ground.
Wow.
Oh no. right, and you, as you're just bracing yourself for the impact, you get right in the middle of your armor. You get thrown back 10 full feet, and I need you to do a dexterity saving throw, Answerin, to
Oh, God.
sidestep him and get out of the way of this charge. As Copy is not able to hold his ground against this massive creature. And you do barely, like, you can literally feel the wind hot on your heels and just get blown past you as you step to the side. And Copy, you're going to take... Oh my... 15 damage.
What?
From the successful charge as the sharp tusks of its or the sharp points of its horns actually pierce through the front of your armor and do send a few pangs of pain through you.
Need some better armor here.
And that'll end the Minotaur's turn, bringing us to the top of the round as the drow is still. She has now moved to the front, getting a good picture or a good view of the Minotaur right next to her cage, throwing you back, and she started to shake on the bars and start just howling, "Get me out!" And that brings us back to you, as you are knocked prone from that, so you're gonna have to use half your movement to get back up.
So I can move 15 feet.
Yeah, you can move 15 feet anywhere if you want.
Alrighty, I'm gonna... I'm just gonna cast this on myself.
Alright. You reach back, as you're getting up off the ground, you reach back within yourself to call for your god once more, and you've just this low, wafting fog begins to billow out in the space around you as you do gain the 5 temporary hit points. Are you using a second level spell slot?
Nah, I'm at first level spell slot.
Okay.
I'll do temporary.
And your armor begins to cover with a cold, frost-like covering that just spreads over it with a light crackling sound.
And I'm just gonna hang here.
Alright. And with that, you guys do hear, unfortunately, off to the side, another loud series of as the other, what presumably the other Minotaur begins to return down this hall, back from where it left, responding to the call of its friend. And I think we will we're gonna pause there, since it's been an hour and a half. Weird place to pause, but
Is the other group gonna be able to go? No.
Yeah. Jacob said he's not here.
we're just gonna go without him.
Okay.
Because I can't do anything else. So we will end with you guys locked in the middle of combat, and we'll see if the other group manages to find you guys.
We're dead.
And I think, hopefully after an hour, we'll come back and then we'll do the last hour. With the whole group together. So I'll see you guys in an hour.
Alrighty.
Ready. I'm just gonna mute myself.
Why is your screen doing that? Can you refresh it? It's pretty great. Keep playing Final Fantasy. Okay. It sucks that Jacob's not here. Hello.
What?
Hmm? I don't know.
Connor, are you there? Okay, we can go.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't know you were here. I guess Jacob's not here, so it'll just be you two. And I'm assuming you guys don't really need a recap since what we did is went back down in the tunnels and then went into more tunnels, so. We come back to the three of you having just stepped down into what seems to be a branching series of tunnels rather than the small cramped fissure that you were crawling through before. And you had found it seemed to be some strange bioluminescent fungi growing around. Aside from that, you hadn't explored much else. Once you guys can see, let me know what you want to do.
Trying to remember what we were going to do. Yeah.
Well, I can't see, so
You can see or you can't see?
I cannot see.
Oh, well. Is Kogan staring into space?
He's just staring up into space.
Dude,
I could play him if you guys want. It's not a problem.
I want him a ghostly trance.
What was that?
Ghostly trance, man.
Yes, he's in a ghostly trance since he loves being underground. Maybe.
Since he's not talking, and Gail can see. What direction should we go in? Left or straight down?
I don't know, man. Can't see.
Don't you have a torch?
I don't have any oil left.
You need
No, I
oil
don't.
for a torch?
I have a lantern, but no torch.
I have a torch. Look. I should have a torch.
Do you have any oil?
I don't have oil, but I have a torch. I have 8 torches. Take a torch.
Okay. How do I put torch?
Can you just roll it? Or you can use the turn your light on button and I think it'll automatically use a torch.
I don't have it in my inventory though. Can I just add one?
You don't have a torch? Then you don't have a torch.
Con has.
I was giving him a
so he wants to
torch.
give me one.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's fine. Add a torch. And then hit the light button. Just name it torch. We'll see if this works. Okay. You kneel down and clink clink your flintstone and light the torch after a few seconds. Koga will point out that there is more light kind of coming from the south, and it seems to be a larger passage, so maybe you should go south.
How can you see the light
Just
not
go,
being?
go.
Just talking about the mushrooms. There's more mushrooms down there.
Can I grab some mushrooms?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna take a handful.
Pick a couple stalks of the there's 2 mushrooms here. There's a it looks like a normal mushroom, the wide cap and a couple spots on top in it, aside from the fact that it's glowing. light blue color, and the other one next to it though is a bit odd. It's not shaped like a normal mushroom. It's kind of just a cone shaped, ending in a point, and it looks kind of fleshy, and it is a light reddish pink color.
You gonna eat that?
I'm gonna grab 2 of each.
2 each, all right.
No clue how I'm at that to my inventory, but I'm just gonna. I do that.
You can just add red mushroom, blue mushroom if you want. And while you are kneeling down to pick these mushrooms, you do notice a little bit off to your left, there seems to be a deep hole that kind of similar to the one that you guys came crawling out of. This one descends downwards into darkness again, and you do hear sounds like a odd squishing sound coming from the inside of this hole.
The one I'm staring at, correct?
Yep.
Okay, Gail, that does not sound doesn't sound pleasant to me.
Inside it.
What are the slugs down here? Man-eating slugs.
I'm gonna go up to the hole and can I place my... Well, can I peer in with my torch?
Yes, you can.
Doesn't sound like a good idea.
What do my genie eyes see?
Do a perception check for me. All right, you get a very great look of a strange, what looks like a fleshy, amorphous mass of limbs starting to crawl and slither almost its way up this tunnel in response to the light, with this awful low snarling groan that just emits as it crawls up and towards the top of this hole. Are you going to...
I'm going to back off.
Yeah.
Does it have any, like, teeth or anything?
Not from what you can tell from the angle from up top. It just looks like a oozing, not oozing really, but quivering fleshy mass that is very difficult.
Does it look like a amalgamation of other things, or is it just a fleshy mass?
It does. As you back up, you get a really good look at it as it crawls out of the hole and reveals itself as a fleshy mass of deformed, oddly attached limbs. Kind of just crawls up and moans in your face.
Damn, Gail, I told you not to go too
Oh,
long.
what the fuck?
All of you to roll initiative.
You had to be curious.
Fuck you, man.
Coke just can do auto attacks. Seems appropriate for his trance.
Yes.
Does this mean he's better or worse at fighting?
We'll find out.
We'll find out, because he gets to go first.
Oh my god.
And as this thing crawls up and stands up and kind of waddles, it's kind of swaying from side to side and letting out these awful groans as it shambles forward towards you with all manner of nasty, like, as you see, one leg is like small and twisted as it drags it forward, and the other one is fat and meaty, and all of it's quivering. It's disgusting.
Gimpy leg.
It does have a gimpy leg, but as soon as it crawls out, you physically watch Koga's eyes grow incredibly wide as they lock onto this creature, and like within the span of two seconds, he just lets out this loud, angry, you haven't seen him do this before, but a just enraged scream, and he charges forward at this creature, tackling it with just pure mindless rage. He's just not even using his weapons, they're sheathed, and he tackles it forward, and unfortunately both of them slip and go tumbling down into this hole.
What the fuck?
Okay, well, that's unfortunate. Let's move on.
I'm gonna try to jump in after them.
Gale. No. We've been through this. We've lost too many people already. It's just us now, okay? It's just us.
Well, we've lost too many people. You want to lose another?
I mean, you mean killing yourself? I mean, I don't want that. Gale, you know it down the hole, man.
I mean, we almost saved
Save two.
door. I just
No,
remembered.
you know it's not almost safe. You not see him when you pulled him back. Guy had no limbs.
Well, he's right here. We didn't wait 3 days. We wouldn't be waiting 3 days if we jumped in after him. Come on.
You want me to commit suicide with you?
Yes.
When I get out of it. You know what? We're all dead anyway. We go.
You guys make this decision. You walk forward. You don't have to walk too far. As soon as you poke your head over the side of this hole, you can hear angry sounds of angry little dwarf stabbing and punching and slashing at something fleshy. And the smell that hits you is rancid and awful. It's just kind of beyond the light of your torchlight down this hole. You can see it seems to stop not far down, and Koga is just down there stabbing this thing to death.
Is it just a hole directly down?
It's directly down, then it seems to curve and straighten out a bit.
So if we jump down, we wouldn't be able to come back up.
You could climb back up.
Okay, so it is climbable.
Yeah, it's just
Okay.
a stone.
I'm gonna
Another tunnel through the stone.
attempt to slide down without hurting myself.
Alright, do a athletics check. You managed easily enough to slide down. Not really slide down because it is straight down, but you finding enough handholds and footholds, clamber your way down and drop down next to Koga as he is in the process of basically dismembering this creature and tearing it to pieces. It is already dead.
What the fuck, man?
He doesn't even answer you, he just continues his angry rampage. Con, your head is peeking over the side, you can see this happening and more hear it happening.
I put my hands on my hips and just kind of stand there and watch.
Okay, Gale, he's fine. Just bring him back up, man.
I don't want to touch it. I think he's gonna kill me.
Well, coax him. Grab some of the
With what?
sushi and maybe he'll follow you.
Grab
Some sushi?
Fleshy.
Oh,
Grab some.
where you get sushi?
Can you toss me one of those mushrooms?
Which one? You want some red and want some blue, man?
One of each.
One of each. Sure. I'm just gonna toss them down, straight down.
Can I catch them?
Yeah, you can catch them. Easy enough. And even if they fall on the ground, you can pick them up.
And I'm going to dangle them. Well, I'm going to gingerly walk up to Koga and dangle them in front of his face.
Shove them in his mouth, man.
He is currently flailing arms as he's just stabbing down on this creature, so you can't really get close enough without probably getting in his way. You walk up and you dangle them as enticingly as you can in front of him or near him, but he just does not seem to notice you. He kind of just goes on for probably another full 3 to 5 whole minutes. He's just stabbing this creature. And when he finally, I suppose, when he feels like it is enough of a disgusting pile of goo and no longer in existence, he stops, just breathing heavily and staring down at his work, still without a word, but now at least not flailing.
Also, Gale, do you feel safe down there?
Not exactly.
Well,
Can I check out this hole? Is there anything else in this hole?
You scan around. It's a very small space, probably no bigger than 10 by 10 feet. You're standing fairly close to him down there, and you see that it seems like there's a couple more odd fissures that kind of go snaking off into the fissures that go snaking off into the stone, but nothing else seems to be down there. It's just another tunnel branch.
Well, I don't know how that thing got down here, but it doesn't look like we could fit in any of these things. Can I wave the mushrooms in front of Koga's face again? Now that he's calmed down.
You wave them in front of his face, kind of gingerly, and he continues to stare just blankly down at this creature for a few more seconds before his eyes flash up, look at the mushroom, no emotion crosses his face, they look over to you. Like a brief second of acknowledgement passes over, and then he just turns and begins climbing back up the hole.
I'm not gonna question it and follow him up.
I'm still kind of scared.
Just let it be.
If he attacks us next, I'm fleshy. You're, I don't know if you're fleshy or not.
I'm kind of fleshy.
Hey, you ever cut yourself up?
I have.
Okay, well, where's he at?
I mean, we can
Oh.
can stay a respectable distance away from.
Well, I prefer to go in front and not be trapped behind him, so I'm just gonna agilely, hopefully, as this guy, just get in front of him. Okay.
Gently pass by him and head to the front as he's just kind of standing there.
You can.
Is
You
he
can.
going to follow?
I don't care at this point. He's welcome to follow. I can't force him. You're welcome to.
Just go ahead. I'll see what
Oops.
happens.
Let's see what's ahead.
You see he just kind of, without a word again, continues to walk forward as though nothing really had happened, following along, although he is dead silent.
So creepy. Gail,
Yep.
what are you doing?
Refreshing the page.
No. While you're doing that, I'm gonna upload a bit. So, in like 2 minutes.
Okay.
It's gonna what a bit?
I don't know, he said 2 minutes though.
Oh, okay.
Well, I'm back. Sorry.
Well,
Why am I back here?
because
Did he touch me?
we're all in this together. He did not touch you.
I'll
I know
make sure
where
he
we're at.
doesn't wander off. Just walk ahead.
Right. As this odd event finishes and you continue uneasily forward down this long tunnel, the three of you do hear off maybe about 70, 80 feet down somewhere in these tunnels, quite close, you hear a very sudden sound. What sounds like a squeak, followed by a almost like a puff of smoke. And immediately following that, you hear a loud, angry growl of some sort, almost like a growl on a snort. And the sounds of heavy, heavy footsteps start to grow louder, kind of echo through the tunnels. At first, a little distant, and then they peak in volume as just to you, Khan, down this tunnel, you see the barest hint of something large and furry.
I'm gonna put up my torch.
Yep. And I need you all to make a stealth check.
Cooking, please.
And
Add in the
luckily,
little.
the creature does not seem to notice you. Wait, did it show you my roll? Oh no, it didn't. I thought that was a 7. That's weird. The creature does not seem to notice you as it. But as soon as it disappears out of your field of view, Khan, you hear what sounds like the faint sound of perhaps voices, but they are immediately eclipsed by this creature just letting out a loud, angry, just roar of rage and more faster this time, but heavy footsteps grow quieter and quieter as it seems to travel angrily down this what looks like a larger cavern space beyond where you guys are, drawn away by something else.
Can
Thank
I
God.
move swiftly but stealthily in that direction?
Can you? Okay, wait, first off, do not leave with him.
Well, I'm gonna scout out ahead, so
Gail, please.
it'll be fine.
All right, you quickly walk forward in this direction, and I do need you to make another stealth check because you're creeping. All right, nice. A couple seconds pass as you creep forward, and you step into what looks like a large cavern space filled with large variations of these glowing mushrooms, at least 8, maybe 10 feet tall, kind of clustered around the edges of what looks like some kind of campsite, as it's filled with small tents that are lining the walls of the cavern space, and you can barely see from your angle a flickering of what you think is firelight down further towards the center of the cavern, as a loud crashing sound and followed by more voices and heavy, angry roaring fills the space and echoes through the stone of the cavern, as probably from the very far side of the room.
How much can I see from if I'm hiding behind a tent?
If you're hiding behind a tent, you can peek up to see everything. It's a very short tent. It's surprisingly short, actually. It's probably only about 4 feet tall. which you note as odd, but you crouch down to try and get more information. But all you hear is further sounds of. Definitely sounds like the creature is fighting something in the space beyond. And meanwhile, in the back here, Khan, as you're waiting for Gale to return, you you kind of stand there uneasily with Koga, a very deadly silent Koga, just standing there, staring off into space. And you hear these sounds kind of happening in the background, very, very distantly, as it's muffled a bit by the turns and snaking of the tunnels. But you do hear Koga say one thing, very much to himself and almost under his breath, and he just mumbles, kind of, knew there was something down here.
I bet you did. I bet you did. You know what? I'm gonna go check on Gale. You know, you're welcome to come, but you're also really welcome to stay here. So I'm just gonna slowly kind of back up, trying to keep eye contact. Everything's cool. Yeah, but okay. I'm bumping you.
He kind of just follows you, almost like he's on autopilot. Like he's just following you because you're moving. But he's clearly lost in thought.
So, where are you going?
He gets lost for a second and then comes back, following you.
Is Gale in whisper shout? Distant. Gale.
Not that you can see,
Gale.
but yes, you can hear him from there, Gale.
Shh. There's a fight going on.
I get this door following me. I need assistance.
He seems quiet enough, it's fine. Just stay back there.
What the fuck? No.
Keep ahead, hopping between tent to tent.
Alright.
Avoiding the bioluminescence.
Avoiding the glow. And you creep, you run up and crouch down behind a tent to view as the sounds very loud. It seems like they're just beyond, or just past this large central stone column that seems to be holding up the 20 to 30 foot high ceilings above you. And you can hear, as you duck down, the ground around you almost shakes a little bit as a loud crash. Before it was, you heard like a loud clanging sound. This time it is a booming, crashing sound as just within your vision, kind of in the distance, illuminated by the dullest hint of bioluminescent light, you see a copy of Nekis go flying about 10 feet back with these giant indentations in his armor and land on his back just beneath a cluster of mushrooms.
Oh shit. Khan, it's the other guys.
Oh, now we can yell.
Yes.
Are they zombies?
No, they're fucking minotaurs. Come on.
Okay,
I will
Kogan, we're gonna step this way, okay? Don't freak out.
cast Long Strider. Actually, no, I won't. I'm gonna dash.
Well, first of all, we're gonna have you guys, well, actually, you know what? Let's stop here, and we'll bring the other guys back in.
Hello.
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 Con?
Doctor Disrespect got banned from Twitch
Again?
Permanently.
What do you do this time?
What?
No one's saying anything. He hasn't said anything, and Twitch hasn't said anything.
That's pretty funny.
We talking about Facebook gaming now?
Huh?
Facebook gaming?
Well, who knows?
Con?
Who knows?
don't know who you are.
Oh, I'm not talking. You're not talking to me. The guy. You're talking to me.
Who's you?
Val.
Oh, hi, Mike. How you doing?
How's it going, Ivy?
I don't know. I mean,
That's
how's that
Feeling
virus over
weird.
there? Y'all not closed down yet?
They are reclosing down. The bars got shut down today at noon, in an emergency shutdown.
What, emergency? They get to kick everybody at the bar?
Yeah, they literally kicked. They announced it this morning, and they just shut them all down.
Wow.
Normally, you get time.
Should they finish their drinks first?
I'm assuming that if anyone was at a bar at 12 in the afternoon, they probably had other problems to worry about. And
Particularly finishing their drink, I'm assuming.
Hello.
yeah,
Oh,
I'm
a drink.
gonna assume that is what happened.
But I guess you don't know how long. They don't know how long either. Yeah. You guys gonna protest?
Protest what?
Houston, they don't be on lockdown.
I'm sure the protesters will come back out.
Hold on, be right back. 1 second.
Make sure everybody's got their sound open.
Oh, I actually have the light now.
Nice.
It like bugged out last time, and I didn't have it.
Oh. That's no fun. Your immersion.
No.
Immersion.
And I'm back. All right.
Welcome back.
So what's happening now? Are we continuing combat?
Well, we return to copy of Nekis was just thrown across the cavern and fell on his back with a clatter. And the drow in the cage has started to get more frustrated and angry as she's shaking and pounding on the bars. And I'm gonna have you all re-roll initiative again. Sorry about that.
I had such a nice roll.
I think I remember how we had it, so I can just put you guys back to your old order.
The way this sounds like cop niggas, you have not been having a good time.
You say to him, clattering
Seems about
against a
right.
wall.
Hey, that worked out about the same.
What's Kogan doing? Kogan, you okay? Oh, well,
No response.
can you just... I don't know.
Although he has his weapons at hand and they are at his side, and he seems like he's pretty stoked for combat at this point.
Does that make me feel better?
You get to go first, Con. Just run up, seeing him clamber onto the ground. Clatter onto the ground, sorry.
Wait, they're here with us?
Yeah, Andrew, I'm over here. You don't see me?
I can see him.
What was there like a heroic intro or did I miss that?
No, man. We just came here. What's going on?
Did they fail a stealth check?
Well, why is it that guy's fault? We just came here. You guys, I don't know what's going on, man. Cop niggas getting thrown around on mushrooms and. Who are you, by the way?
They could have had a sneaky heroic entrance, but Khan just kind of ran up and started yelling at you guys. So
Okay, so
What?
I'm aware they're here.
yeah,
Well,
you
I'm
guys-
asking what the fuck is going on. No one's answering me.
You can see them run up just out of the corner of your eye,
Oh, thank goodness.
just as he's falling onto the ground, and then Khan yells out. So what you gonna do, Khan? You see the situation?
I have no clue the situation. I just see two companions who I thought were dead or zombies and some guy. I don't know.
I turned to Khan and Gale. Guys, we have a big problem here. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us again.
How big is big?
There is a big minotaur, taller than Copy right now.
Oh god, that's big.
So you saying you need help?
Yes, we need assistance.
What's up with the elf in the cage?
Free her.
Trying to get her out.
I would like to remind everyone the elf is bound.
Who's that?
We can do introductions in a bit. My name's Aldo. There is, by the way, a second Minotaur coming.
Oh, well, okay, well, let me try to make my way over there. But, what a warning. No sudden movements around Kogan, okay? What a warning.
He went a little crazy just now.
Hey,
Don't worry about it.
Okay. Well, we needed a little bit of crazy.
Fair enough.
Waltz over here. I can't see anything. You
You
guys are
see,
working.
you see a central campsite area that you can walk around everything here.
Fuck. Why are you open? Sorry. Yeah, open. Don't walk around here. I don't see any damn Minotaur. Walk, damn it. I'm sorry. No! Am I crying? No? This one.
I notice his confusion and shout, "It's in front of us!"
Oh, hey,
As he runs forward with no strategy.
he's not is he friendly?
No.
Oh,
You can see he seems to have lowered his head and is just about beginning to get ready to charge. Again. So, what you gonna do? Make it fast.
I guess I'm just gonna trust these lunatics. Okay, Catford Frost. Great Frost.
Alright, as soon as you run up and you see it come in range, you just shoot out your hand and a bright beam of blue-white light shoots forward and manages to hit right like on the upper shoulder of this creature, kind of. It doesn't make it move at all. It doesn't seem to be quite that affected by the impact, but it is enough to make it let out a long snort and turn its head to you, distracted from its attempted charge.
I was gonna do a bonus action.
You're gonna what?
Bonus action.
Okay.
Where's
I thought you
the,
said you were gonna make a bull sound, which would have been hilarious.
I'm going to make a full sound.
As for bonus action.
where is... That's it.
I will
Oh,
also say you just ran up, so you can just now get a good view of what seems to be a drow woman bound within a large cage, and she is wearing only a blouse and looks pretty messed up.
yeah, been abusing her. I'm sorry, I'm trying to look for my little bonus thing for the social.
Are you bonus actioning?
I'm trying to find it.
Oh, okay.
I don't see it. And I can't do a pop out.
Pop out is broken. I would not use it anymore.
But it hasn't worked the last time either.
You can use sorcery. I have my D&D Beyond sheet open. Just look
Oh.
bonus action.
Oh, I didn't tell you guys, but if you click on your character con, there is a new thing. A hot bar or a quick bar comes up in the top left.
Top
Bunch of stuff.
left. Oh, that
if you need to find something faster.
thing where we get more sorcery points. I can't find it.
Flexible something?
But yes, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, you can convert your sorcery points.
I don't see the actual action anymore.
It's in your features. It's flexible casting.
Oh, well. Just give myself 1 second spell slot.
Right. You give yourself another spell slot.
Use 2 for 3 for second spell slot. Right.
Yeah. So it should say it there, right?
Should use all of that. Yeah. Okay. I'm done now. Based
Yep. Three. Second spell slot will give you. It will cost 3.
I'm done.
Okay.
And
Alright. So you conjure some more power from within yourself. You're almost out. You managed to pull some more, and that brings us back to Copy, who you already got up, and you are currently covered in a light sheen of icy fog that surrounds you. So we can take this off for you.
I see.
I got a
You'll have to
spell
find out.
name. What can I do?
It's a boat.
I'm gonna move over there. And then I guess I'll use my bonus to take out a javelin and throw it
Is our tank running away?
at the bull.
At the bull. Right. You back up a little bit to get to a safer distance, kind of holding your stomach in pain, and take out with one hand and just chuck as hard as you can as it goes flying. It kind of goes right past its leg, but it manages to graze a pretty decent gash through the side of it, through its flesh in an open area in its armor, and you do deal 3 damage. Although again, it does not seem all that affected by the impact of your weapon. That brings us to Gale.
Well, I'm going to run up to the drow cage. And can I pick the lock?
Yeah, we don't have time for that.
You can use your action to quickly try and pick the lock. Although I will say, you're gonna have to walk up next to Answer and duck down, and he will get an opportunity attack on you.
As I enter his range?
As you lean down to pick a lock in his immediate vicinity.
Slash at the lock, man.
I mean,
Gale.
We've
Gale,
hit it a couple times.
Gale, the keys are on his person. It'd probably be easier if you try and steal it from him.
Well, we got there for he just ran up
Well,
here.
if he's gonna... Well,
If you're sneaky, Gale, run around back.
actually didn't know he was right there. Can I actually go around here then?
Okay.
I see.
I would imagine you'll still see. Notice you know.
How long?
If you're trying to use your
That's 30 feet.
yeah, if you're trying to use your you're using your bonus to hide essentially and sneak up on him.
Yeah.
Okay. Then, you still have to roll stealth, right? Or do you automatically succeed on that? No, you just get it as a
No.
bonus action, right?
So you
do
never
a,
moved up front.
do a stealth check.
I never moved up.
Alright, and the Minotaur seems to be far too focused on all of the fleshy people in front of him to notice you sneaking up behind him. Is there anything else you want to do for your action? You still have it.
Can I... Do I see the key anywhere on this person?
You can see it very visibly dangling from his side. He's not...
May
I'm not
I
trying.
attempt to use Mage Hand?
Yes! You can use Mage Hand and roll a Sleight of Hand. And all of you watch as a spectral, like, glowy blue hand just appears with a quick flourish and just snatches it quickly and then floats back over to Gale and just vanishes. Like in the span of 2 seconds. It's very fluid.
That would have been extremely useful earlier.
Just got here.
No notice from the Minotaur. And that ends your turn, yeah?
Yep.
Alright, so that brings us to Aldo.
Run far away.
I can do an action and then move, correct?
You
Correct.
can do an action and move, you can move and then do an action. You can move, do an action, and then move. Doesn't matter.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah, you can use it whenever you need.
Alright, well, I've got line of sight right now, so I'm gonna cast Toll of the Dead.
Alright.
Or Toll the Dead, yeah. So that's gonna be a whiz save throw, I think.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
It's a dual wielding Minotaur. What a badass.
You roll that, or you roll?
Oh, no, you roll the ability and then I roll a wisdom save. There you go. Alright,
Yes.
you
13.
you hold up your or really you kind of hold out your hands and all of you hear this
Hand.
hand. You don't have you're missing another arm. Hold out your hand that is clutching a small, looks to be a cane that you've taken out, and all of you hear a boom kind of rebound and resonate through this small space, and the Minotaur immediately just and kind of snorts and starts to shake its head around as if it's incredibly bothered by the sound that just donged directly into his ears, and he takes the full 8 damage.
Get donged.
Okay,
Get donged.
I'm going to hold there because I don't want to do a reroll. But how does this actually work? Because it should have been a D12.
For
That cast. It's a D8 unless it has taken damage, which it's taken damage.
I think for this you would have to there's an alternate roll you can do for that. I think you have to hold Alt and then roll. That should probably roll the 1d12. You could roll that now if you'd like.
I mean, I kind of want to keep my roll, but
I'll let you keep your
I'll just roll it and see what's higher.
yeah, whichever one's higher, since I fucked that up.
This guy knows how his magic works.
He's figured it out. It still rolled a 1d8. Did you hold Alt?
Yeah.
yeah, I did.
Okay,
hold
so
on.
it's not doing it right then. Okay, so you'll just have to roll it manually. There's some things that don't work
So
perfectly all the time.
then, just roll a manual d12. Hey.
Alright. Hey, that is 10.
Hey.
Perfect. He takes another 2 damage.
Alright.
Nice.
And then I am going to skedaddle. Behind, I believe that's cover.
That is actually a large fissure in the floor, actually.
Okay, it breaks his
So-
charge, basically.
It would break his charge.
Okay, and I would have a line of sight over it. Let's do this!
That's true. Alright.
Hide behind a big hole.
Forgot how to move with the mouse.
Just click and drag.
Oh no, yeah.
Click
yeah.
off the
WSD usually
Yeah,
works
there you
better.
Yeah, clicking and dragging is odd sometimes. There you go. Right.
Why's everybody running away?
Everybody's just darting past you, Con. Answer, what do you want to do?
Meanwhile,
I'm going
answer
to
right by him.
disengage, and I'm going to move over here.
You gotta fuck off.
Okay. As you back up, you see the head of the drow woman just start shaking in fear as she looks at you and is kind of seeming like she's trying to get you to not leave, but she doesn't actually say anything,
Wow.
having the Minotaur right there.
I am a useless sorcerer right now. That is no spell slots.
Alright. And that was your
Shout.
action.
This is the time for pocket sand!
You gotta put it in your pocket. Alright, and the drow woman in the cage is really just doing her best to try and remain unseen at the back of this cage right now, since she is literally bound and has nothing on her. So
Did
it
you
seems-
mean to skip the Minotaur's turn?
Oh, no I didn't. I'm sorry, I'm still getting used to you guys ending your turns when I forget. Alright, sorry, it is Minotaur's turn. So, watching all of you retreat, the Minotaur seems to have like a blood-frenzied rage just glowing in its eyes as it follows you and just, again, kicks up and begins to charge, actually somewhat intrigued by the new creature that seems to have entered into his view.
Mm-mm.
Is it because he's red?
No, it's
And he is going to. I need you to do a strength saving throw.
Oh
why would you
god.
do this?
Why did I get down here?
I feel like it's because he's red.
Do I get an opportunity attack?
You do because he's charging past you.
Oh no.
Please.
Oh no. What is your armor class? All right. You don't. Unfortunately, you don't manage to see this coming in time, and this massive, almost 10-foot tall beast just come pummeling into you, catches you off guard, and you get thrown back 10 feet. Your back kind of smacking into the stone pillar behind you with as you fall down prone onto the ground right in front of you, Aldo. But fortunately, you were somehow able to put your arms up in time and kind of blunt the impact enough where you only take 7 damage.
Only.
Wow.
Oops, sorry, you already put it there. And just as he's kind of coming to a halt and just having whipped his head up to pummel into Khan, you can take a swing at him. Copy.
He did a 17 and 6.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see it. I'm fucking blind tonight. And you do manage to get him probably across his upper thigh as he comes to a halt, and doing your solid 6 damage. Although you are wounded and struggling to swing your sword with enough force at this point to do more, fortunately. But that ends that Minotaur's turn, as in the distance you guys hear.
Oh shit.
And,
Oh, right. Gale, there's another Minotaur coming that way.
Copy, you watch as the other Minotaur, this one wielding two hand axes that are large enough to probably be wielded as battle axes, large battle axes for most humanoids. He comes into view coming out of the tunnel that you previously had walked up, and he stops there, also seeming to preparing for a charge.
We're fucked.
Do I know where it's from? I can't see.
You can tell it's behind this central column
Okay.
here. That's where you hear the sound coming from, so probably just behind the cage. And yeah, the drow lady can't do anything, so that brings us to Koga, who is kind of back here, oddly quiet and saying nothing, seeming as if he's in a like an angry, just battle mode. He kind of just comes charging up past you, Answer, and you didn't even know he was there, to take a 2 swings actually at this Minotaur with a angry, loud, just dwarf yell of rage.
Master Gnome.
The heroic entrance of Master Gnome.
And unfortunately, his first one misses as the Minotaur's kind of just darting forward after slamming into combat. The second one, he swings up and manages to catch him right in the small of its back, and you see quite a bit of blood splatter out as it lets out an angry bull noise and seems pretty hurt from that. And that brings us to Con's turn.
The fuck, why'd you guys warn me, man? Why'd you tell me to come over here? Okay, I gotta think. Let me think.
We were obviously pressed for time.
You
with
could have said no
standing in our
or
face.
hey. I don't even know you, man.
I realize that, but trust me, I appreciate the assistance you're offering right now.
It'll take half your movement to get up off the ground, Con, as you're just yelling all this angrily. And you have, what, is it 15 left? Yep, 15 movement left.
Let's see if I can do. Let's see what range one this is. Alright, just a little small. Okay, yeah. Okay. Pray this works.
Okay.
I'm gonna cast this over here.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna scurry up.
Wait, what the fuck is that number?
That's the amount of, the 35 plus 34.
Yeah.
That's the amount of health that a creature can have. If it has more health than that, or like multiple creatures. So if it lands in a group of a bunch of small creatures, if they all have like 4 health, then it can affect all of them, basically.
I see.
If that makes sense. I don't know if that
So
makes sense.
if the combined total of all affected units is not 69, a
69.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Or if the creature you're trying to put to sleep does not it has more than 69 health, then
right.
it also does not work.
What a nice roll.
Nice.
You're over here.
And they do have to. Where is the saving throw on this?
Is
You
there a
don't have
saving
to
throw?
make a saving throw. Wow, it's just the health.
It just works.
That's really weird. I feel like it should be a saving throw.
No.
But regardless,
There was the health.
the pink of basically sleep gas kind of just explodes around this Minotaur, and you don't see it within the thick gas for a few seconds. And after these few seconds pass, all of a sudden you just see the head of it flailing back and forth as it uses its large body to kind of clear the smoke around it, and it just seems pissed.
Gluck Neckus.
Oh, it has more than 69 health.
Holy fuck, we're dead.
Is that total health or current health?
Its current health. And since it just walked into the room, it is full health. Alright, that brings us to copy.
Oh, he cast it on the far one. Okay.
You cast it on the far one, yeah.
I'm so screwed. So I'll swing at the one in front of me with my sword, I guess.
Unfortunately, through the pain of your wounds, you do not manage to make the hit on him in front of you. But you can move away. He's kind of in between two spaces right now. He's technically right here, so he's far enough away that you can leave without being opportunity attacked.
I'm gonna go here behind this fissure without be safe from targets.
This fissure is only like 4 feet wide, guys.
You said it was safe. I'm gonna trust you.
I didn't say it was safe. I said it was a fissure.
You the biggest charge.
Right,
Yeah,
he probably can't.
Guard.
Yeah, it will because he can't charge over a hole, but
He can still punch him.
it doesn't mean you're safe over it. Like he can still reach you.
I don't want to get tackled again. I'm frail.
Well, I'm
I'm frail.
All right, and that'll end your turn. Copy. It's Gale's turn.
Sneak my way up to the drow cave.
All right.
Can I unlock it from back here?
You have to. The lock is up front.
So he doesn't hit me?
You can stealth up there.
Mistakes were made.
Wow. You creep up, and he seems far too focused on the several people in front of him to notice that you're there.
Love meow.
He's not a smart boy.
I'm going to, well, use the key on the lock.
Alright. That's easy enough. That'll take a action. But you quickly slip the key into the lock, twist it, and silently take it out and kind of just put it down to the side, opening the cage up for the drow woman, who immediately leaps forward. Even with her feet and hands shackled, she's somehow able to kind of quietly shuffle her way out of the cage, and she starts to try and creep around this way, just nodding to you a silent thank you.
Can I bonus action try to pick the locks on their shackles?
Yeah, you can.
Sleight of hand?
That would be sleight of hand, yes. Do you have thieves' tools?
Yes.
Actually, no, you just roll. Try rolling the thieves' tools. I don't know if it rolls. Oh, it does.
Whoa.
Okay. And you easily enough and quickly at that are able to pick the simple lock on her shackles on her ankles and wrists, and they fall off. Luckily, you catch them and don't let them make a sound, but...
I'm gonna hide back here again.
And of course, this is all happening in full view of the other Minotaur that has just walked into the room, but he's not yet close enough to really do anything about it. As she kind of keeps creeping around behind you.
Oh, he's there.
He's right there, yeah.
Okay, then I'm not going that way. Can I go behind this tent?
You can go over there, yes. And you already used your bonus action, so you can't
Yes,
really
so I can't hide.
So he watches you go over there and crouch down. He knows you're there.
Don't worry about it, man.
But his attention is currently kind of fixed on this pretty much naked drow lady that is trying to creep into the campsite, answering. You actually see her kind of pop around the corner here.
Uh-oh.
And brings us to Aldo.
So, I turn briefly to my companion. You do realize I'm the one with one arm, and you're behind me?
I don't think you know how this works.
I ain't got a lot of range, man. I need you to throw a fireball or something.
I mean, that was the plan, don't get me wrong, but I just, you know...
I
know,
own
behind the Fisher. We all came behind the Fisher. What's the problem?
one arm.
You look very capable. I have trust in you. Yeah.
Let's see how it goes. And I'm gonna do Toll the Dead again.
All
And
right.
I think I found the button for the alt roll. So let's
Oh,
see
did
if
you?
it works.
We'll see.
Did it roll
That's
the
still-
correct one?
No, that's bizarre.
Okay, that's
I
weird.
guess I'll just have to roll it manually.
That was the correct one.
It's the same!
Wow. All right. Again, you hear in quick succession, a loud dong kind of resound through the space, but the Minotaur this time, with its eyes locked directly onto yours, just stands eerily still against the sound and seems like he's not taking it twice this time. In fact, he seems angry that you tried again. He kind of lets out a loud snort.
That was unfortunate. Good luck, gentlemen in front of me.
Are you backing
I'm
up?
going to back up. Let's see, hold on.
Oh my god.
There.
Yeah, that would be about 30 feet in total if you're going around the
Yeah.
this pillar, so that's perfect.
I will walk.
Alright. You duck down behind this pillar. Do a well, I guess you're not allowed to do it as a bonus action. That's okay.
Well, you can just so
I was gonna say you can do a stealth check to see if he notices you're there, but I mean he can't see you anymore, so it's fine. Answer, and it is your turn.
Alright, I'm gonna cast True Strike on this guy.
Alright.
Then I'm gonna stand my ground.
Behind the fire.
Behind the
Bravery.
embers of a fire. It's not actually a burning fire. Oh, that's what you get attack advantage next time.
Yep, I'm about to get in this shit. Next turn, though.
With your
You-
quarterstaff?
With the quarterstaff.
Crit staff needs to make its return.
You don't get the sense that this massive bestial creature is necessarily weak to at least any kinds of damage. It seems like just a tanky mofo, but you do now know that its armor class is 14. However the heck that translates into real life things. His
It only works for me.
thickness is 14. Alright, and that brings us to the Minotaurs, which this one having just been slashed in the back by slashed in the back followed by a quick dong in the face by Aldo, is going to turn its attention, now seeing Aldo duck out of its view. It's going to turn its angry, enraged gaze to the small dwarf that you probably don't see still standing there next to him, Koga, and take a swing with its massive double scimitars that it is holding. And it will catch Koga right across the middle of his chest, sending him reeling back a good 5 feet. And you see from your angle, Anson, you see a good spray of blood shoot up from the wound that he takes.
Master Gnome, no!
As he kind of, but he in still almost a weird trance, just kind of grits his teeth and takes it. He doesn't even fall into the ground. He kind of just scoots back a little bit on his feet and prepares to take just another attack. And that brings us to the drow, who is, she kind of creeps between these stalagmites here, slips around quite quietly, and snatches, which you can see, you see like a small pile of what looks like silky clothing and a few pieces of armor piled up on a large chest that's just been thrown into the corner here. She reaches down and takes a, looks like a leather breastplate and a rapier, and kind of ducks back this way behind these tents to get herself more situated for battle. She kind of slips on the breastplate and prepares for an attack. As Koga again just rushes forward, blindly. That's not Koga. Go away. To with his own angry battle cry, take another swing at this creature. This time with his great axe that he kind of just throws his hand axes to the side. And does manage to get a good hit on his, right across the center of his chest as well, kind of trading wound for wound.
Christ.
And you see again a good spray of blood. It kind of splatters out onto Koga as he's just, and the Minotaur lets out a low grunt of pain. For the first time that you hear, he sounds like he's reacting to the pain, and he seems decently wounded to Koga's advance.
What the fuck?
So that brings us to Khan.
Allow me to read the new two things because I can't expand them. Where are the? Let's look it up. A second.
What was that?
I'm trying to find the old two tips for these spells because I don't see them anymore.
Just click on the spell.
It doesn't show me the full thing anymore.
No, there should be an
In your
eye.
character sheet?
I'm trying to tell what the elements are for a chromatic orb. I don't see
What?
the elements for a chromatic orb.
For chromatic orb.
Oh, I see them.
Acid, cold, fire, lightning, poison, or thunder.
I just couldn't read. Okay. I'm just going to do a simple chromatic orb of Can I choose at random?
Sure.
How am I gonna do that?
How many are there? There's 6. You can roll a 1d6.
Go again. Fuck it. I'm just gonna do poison. Too complicated.
It's too complicated.
I don't like trying to figure that out. What you got?
Oh, nice choice.
Nice.
Look, it's on my side.
Oh wow.
Holy shit.
You, a spinning orb of just many flickering elements appears in front of you, and it just kind of spins for half a second and then lands on just this blob of poison that goes hurling forwards and splashes with a wide spray onto the front of this Minotaur, and you just hear a dull, distant sizzling on its armor as it seems, very, very affected by the poison that has landed on its fur, and it's kind of in its eyes almost, and on its horns, and it stumbles back in place a little bit, kind of scratching and clawing at its face. That's a lot of damage. And you can still move if you'd like.
I don't know. Should I run? Are we running, guys? Oh, what we doing?
No, man.
Okay. Are you gonna move next turn?
No, I'm gonna stay here.
You don't have a good track record. But I've missed you, so I'm gonna trust you for the moment.
Get thrown, much like prior to your arrival.
I ended my turn, by the way.
Oh, yep. Okay. I did, because I'm dumb, miss the other Minotaur on that turn, so I'm gonna have him go right now. And he is simply going to charge across the cavern here towards the... Just as the drow woman is kind of creeping back around with her things in her arms, he's gonna catch her completely off guard and send her flying back as he just gores her with his tusks, and she has no armor on quite yet. So she takes the full brunt of his damage, and with a loud ugh, she gets thrown like into a mushroom, and you can see just blood trickling down the sides of her legs and from her center. She was gored pretty badly, and she does not seem to be getting up, although she is conscious and holding her center.
She
her
was not worth
midsection.
saving.
And that'll bring us to copy.
It's a pretty comfortable spot. Just gonna hurl a javelin at the bull in your Koga.
Okay. Oh no. Unfortunately, it just goes whiffing over its head.
Way to go, Negus.
I tried.
And you're gonna stand your ground?
I'm gonna stay here.
Alright, you're standing your ground. Gale, it's your turn.
So is the drow here?
She got thrown back a little bit, yeah. Basically right there.
Alright, so I'm gonna move here.
Alright. Crouch down underneath the large cap of a mushroom.
So I'm going to use actually, I'm going to take a dash action. And how does opportunity attack work if I'm behind them? Does that matter?
No, technically it doesn't. Not according to the rules. But are you going to attack him, or are you going around him?
I was gonna booming blade and then step back.
Yeah, technically because you'd be hitting him, he would just spin around and attack you again if you tried to leave. According to the basic 5e rules, that the flanking does not matter.
Okay. In that case, I'm going to cast Thunderwave.
Oh boy. Alright.
I guess that.
Yeah. And he needs to make a saving throw, which he does not make. Not expecting you coming up from behind him. There's just this loud boom through the cavern, and the Minotaur lets out like an odd, like squeaking snort sound as it gets just flung forward and clatters onto its face on the ground right in front of this drow woman, who kind of just and starts like scooting back, clutching her stomach just in complete surprise. And he takes the full damage from that.
And
Smashes his snout onto the ground.
And I guess as a bonus, I'm just gonna. God, I'm gonna take out my long short bow. I lied. I'm not going to do anything.
Okay. Okay. Perfect. That'll end your turn, bringing us to Aldo.
Alright, I'm gonna take a peek around the corner real quick. Alright. And we're gonna Eldritch Blast!
All right. Which one?
Oh, the one that I've been focusing on.
Okay. The one that is currently fairly bloody from Koga's strikes. All right. You hold out your cane, and just this crackling energy dashes out from the front of it and slams into the front of the Minotaur, who takes it with a loud grunt and definitely feels the impact, but he's kind of now leaning on one of his scimitars, bloody and very badly wounded, but still managing to hold himself up and preparing for another attack.
All right. I'm going to hide again. Good luck. And I step back on my rock. Is there an intern button?
Yeah,
Yes.
and,
It's at the bottom of the
bottom.
tracker.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, that brings us to Answerin.
it's time to end this one. I'm gonna run up to it, and I'm gonna take a swing with my quarterstaff for advantage because of True Strike.
Yep.
As I witness this, I just yell, Godspeed!
As a mage takes out his quarterstaff and just charges
That's all I can do
forward.
right now.
You do get advantage, though.
Wow!
Damn it.
What?
You go to swing overhead, but you're not really adept at these things, and it kind of just, the tip of your quarterstaff kind of clatters against the stone wall next to you, and you just kind of rebound backwards.
That's the worst thing I've ever seen. Good lord.
Oh no. That brings us to the Minotaurs.
I'm good.
The Minotaur in front of you and Koga just lets out this angry, enraged snort, howl, hybrid, and almost with like one last burst of strength, just winds up and charges forward through both of you with his horns pointed down, and I'm gonna need you both to make a strength saving throw.
Oh. Why couldn't you have done that with your quarterstaff?
I don't know.
You're mighty strong now.
Alright, and Koga
It's my worst stat.
saves. Okay. Unfortunately, Koga seems to be quite hurt from the wounds that he's sustained, and he does not manage to get out of the way as one of the horns of the creature catches him again across his upper shoulder and just sends him flying backwards, with leaving behind a nasty wound in its place. And he takes 18 damage.
Oh dear.
And lands on his back. But fortunately, Answerin, you manage to hold your ground, kind of sidestepping as away from the charge, but you still get caught by his other horn that is a lot longer than you expected across your shoulder, and it lurches you back a bit as it scrapes through, and you take a full 8 damage.
18 wasn't high enough?
He did not get knocked on his ass and thrown back.
Oh, that okay.
Yeah. Or he took a lot less damage. And the other Minotaur is going
I
to...
I have to make a saving throw for my True Strike.
Wait, what?
It asked me if I wanted to make a concentration saving throw.
Oh, yes, because you take damage. You do have to do that. But...
What do you concentrate again?
Concentration?
Yep.
So you get an advantage every turn as long as you hold concentration?
Yep.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know that about that. Okay, you do manage to hold concentration through that, so you could get advantage on your next turn again.
Not done with you, Minotaur.
Hef's quarterstaff.
And the other Minotaur, you can just barely see Aldo in front of you, kind of peeking out from behind these smaller tents. And in the glow of a cluster of mushrooms, he, as he's clambering up off his face, and the drow woman is clambering backwards across the ground, kind of clutching her stomach, he's going to swing out at her as he's in the process of getting up to try and catch her with his great axe. And you watch, more so, you hear this piercing howl of pain erupt from her. She just screams, and one of her feet, as she's scooching backwards, her bare feet, since she's still yet in a blouse, gets completely severed by the attack. And she no longer has a left foot.
Oh.
You guys are made for each other. You're watching this?
I think I could see it, technically.
Now you have a boner.
No.
What?
What?
My character's not into that.
And she kind of just collapses in pain, even though she managed to scoot back a couple feet, and she is down for the count.
Well,
Useless.
Guys, fucking help out here.
We're a little busy.
Yeah, hiding.
I'm pretty
Fucking
sure Koga's
pussies.
gonna finish this thing off. Hopefully.
Koga is going to clamber back up without a second's hesitation, and just with one last loud dwarf yell of rage, attack with his great axe and slice him right across his neck and his throat, and you just have one last gurgled snort of pain and defeat as the Minotaur kind of falls down on its scimitars and goes still.
I don't know who you are, but I love you.
This is Master Gnome.
Why are you calling him a gnome?
Because he's clearly a gnome.
Is that
As you
true?
both-
Is he actually a dwarf?
He's a dwarf.
Okay.
He's just confused. But as you guys are kind of making this little exchange, Koga just with like these angry huffing breaths is just not gonna respond at all and turn his attention immediately through the pain to the second Minotaur, still ready for more combat. And that brings us to Khan.
My way to cover around this cave. Just a minute to it.
It's down.
I consider he's directly down from where I'm looking.
Yes.
Can I get my line of sight?
Technically, yeah, he's in your line of sight.
Okay.
These tents are really short.
I need a good gamble for Critical Orb.
Does it say that you can pick the damage after it rolls?
That doesn't seem fair to me, though.
Yeah, I don't think so, but it might say that. Nope. Nope, you can't.
Okay, I'm just gonna do it. Please.
Do you still have spell slots?
I have one.
Oh, because
Six.
you got all three of them back, right?
I'll take notes. I use the second level spell for this sleep. What's that? Thunder? Please, please. Damn. shit they called.
Oh. The orb spins a few times, flickering between elements and lands on a crackling ball of lightning. Or not lightning, sorry, on a murky ball of like almost pulsating sound that just goes flying across and boom, collides with the Minotaur that's just clambering onto its feet, kind of using one of its basically large battle axes as a crutch, and it kind of sends it lurching forward a little bit, dealing absolutely no damage, but causing him to spin around and immediately come not charging, but stomping across all these tents and across the cavern towards you.
Hey, look, Esrin. Wait. Let me
What the
see.
fuck?
How much space I got left?
Hey, Pika, can you come save us?
Back up one more space. Oh, I got time.
I got no heals, so.
Good luck, Esrin.
Gale rolls his eyes.
Is the other one in my line of sight? Can I see it?
Not through the rock wall that you're standing behind. You'd have to step one space to your right.
Alright. Call on my god and strike fear into this Minotaur.
Are you though? Conquering presence. We didn't get to see this one yet. The DC is your charisma, right?
Yes.
Because that's your spellcast. Yes, so it's 11. DC of 11.
Oh, it says wisdom.
Yes, but the DC is 11 because it's based off your charisma. So he needs to make a wisdom saving throw above 11. Which he does not make.
Wow.
And
Wow.
Hear me.
turning towards you, you almost feel the ominous, foreboding presence of Nekis himself kind of rise up over your back, kind of leering over you to make you look more frightening and larger than you are. And this Minotaur kind of just glances over, and fear strikes him in his gaze. Very surprisingly to everybody who is looking, as nobody else can see what he is seeing. But he turns and seems like he wants to run for it away from you, and he is frightened,
Do I
which
get
has the coolest icon ever.
Wow.
He's not running yet. He just turned away from the sight of him.
Oh, that's all I can do. Good luck, guys.
Does that give us advantage or anything like that?
Yes, I believe I did put a thing in here. Rules, conditions. Frightened gives him disadvantage on everything, on ability checks and attack rolls, while the source of its fear is within line of sight. So you have to stay scary in front of him, copy. And it can't willingly move closer to you.
And you need to keep eye contact now that that's a problem.
Just lock eyes with it.
He's really good at that, so I have faith that he'll be fine. And that ends his turn. That's Gale's turn. Unless were you gonna move again? Copy?
Oh yeah, I can move.
Yeah,
Wait,
you
do I have to be in front of him, or can
You have to be
or it's
within
just-
his line of sight.
I guess I will move.
Do you have to be in his line of sight, or if he turns around, he can see you? Is that the classification?
Or do
website
I
would
have
be?
to see him?
He needs to be seeing you because you're scary. So you need to be in his line of sight.
So go there.
Right? You carry this ominous presence with you across the cavern and just walk up right in his face again, forcing him to turn away from you again in fear. Back to answering.
I want to swing at this bitch.
Wait, I don't get to go?
No, you get to go. That was just the end of his turn. He didn't move yet.
Oh.
So it's your turn now.
I'm going to go up to this footless lady. I'm going to use my silk to wrap up her stump.
Alright, do a medicine check for me.
I did my best.
Alright, you wrap up her stump that is bleeding a lot, and it quickly stains the silk, but it seems to at least hold it back for a little bit, although the other wounds that she sustained when he gored her are very bad on her midsection, and she still seems to be unconscious.
Guys, I don't need a little help with this.
As you just gonna crouch there and try to keep her stable?
Yeah.
Okay. Right. That brings us to Aldo.
So how does disadvantage work?
If he has disadvantage, it means you get advantage against him.
That was on both
He's
attack
drooling.
and save throws, basic.
Well, yeah. If you hit him with something that requires a save, he'll get disadvantage. I guess it doesn't automatically give you advantage. It's just
Okay.
never mind. It doesn't affect you at all. It's just him when he does things. I confused myself.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember rule sets from 2 versions ago, 3 versions ago. So
Yeah, I've heard from other people who've played like 3E that it's changed a lot. So I'm sorry if things are
no, it's fine.
confusing.
All right. So I will do Eldritch Blast again.
All right. You guys just watch as Aldo repeatedly steps out, pew pew, and then goes back and then steps out again, pew pew, with this little arcing bolt of energy. This one again hits him right across his, right in his side actually, since he's facing neither towards him or away from him, and he takes the full damage. He's currently too focused on being afraid of Copy to do anything else about it. So 4 full damage.
I will remain where I am.
You're in a pretty good spot, so it's a good idea. And that'll bring us to answering.
You swing at him. Nope.
Wait, didn't you get advantage?
Do I get advantage
You
on
get
that?
advantage because you still have True Strike, right?
And he's scared.
Double advantage? Oh
Still
god.
don't.
You still don't get it.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry. At least you don't get a nat 1-0.
Answer, what the fuck you doing?
Trying my best without spells, okay? What are you doing back there?
I have contributed a lot since I came here, man.
Is it not obvious how tanky he is?
I mean, at least hit him.
You're gonna need to buy a new stick once we get to town.
I'm gonna need a long rest like I was supposed to take.
It's not. They showed up. Damn useless imp.
Hey, he got pretty far. Just not when you needed him to. Alright, you can move back if you want. He will get disadvantage on the opportunity attack. It's up to you.
Nope, I'm gonna stand right there.
Nope. Okay. This Minotaur is almost as if it is quite pissed at being feared, is going to kind of half-heartedly turn back and try and lash out at you, Copy, to get the effect to stop, as if he's aware that he is afraid for no reason, but also can't quite fight through the effect.
I shouldn't be so afraid of this man, but I am.
And is he going to hit? Disadvantage. He does not at all even come close to hitting you. You're easily able to kind of just scoot back a little bit, and he swings short.
And just maintain eye contact.
You just keep holding eye
It's the
contact.
scariest shit ever.
What the fuck, man?
And that brings us to the elven lady, or drow lady, who is going to make her first death saving throw.
Oh dear.
And she fails, unfortunately.
She did?
She has to succeed 3 or fail 3.
Ew, okay.
So if she fails 2 more, she'll die.
So I didn't help at all.
Not really.
Good.
Like a health potion or something.
Guys, I ain't got shit.
Well, carry her to me. I have 1 spell.
You said you didn't have any
It
spells!
doesn't count as a heal.
What?
Alright, and that brings us back to Koga, who is, again, simply going to charge forward, swinging wildly at this second Minotaur, paying no heed to Copy, who is standing right in front of him. So I'm gonna need you to make a dex saving throw. My god. Okay. He goes charging. You kind of hear him let out his, as he's done several times now. Every time he is attacked, he just lets out this little dwarven howl and charges. So you hear him behind you howling, half in pain and half in rage. And you manage to step to the side, kind of barely avoiding his axe attack as he just swings out. He moves past you, swings short, and then kind of just collapses in complete exhaustion right here on the ground next to you, not hitting the Minotaur.
I'm sorry. No.
Your turn.
Okay. Since I have no spells left, I'm just going to do a casual firebolt.
And casual firebolt. You have a lot of cantrips. Unfortunately, with the clusterfuck of people that are currently standing around, you don't manage to get a clear line of sight both over the cage and through all the people, so your fireball just kind of flies overhead and does not hit anything.
Fortunate. Well, guys.
But you tried. It's your turn, Copy.
I shall swing my sword.
Oh my
Did
god.
nothing.
Wow! You swing, but as you're swinging, you're kind of trying to get around both Koga, who is weirdly kind of in the way now, and also hit the Minotaur, so you're not quite able to hit true on that one. But Gale, can you do anything better?
Oh my god. She's gonna die.
Because if you kill this guy
We
first,
might die, man. We're
he can really come help you. This guy's alive.
Alright, I'm gonna go up here and out of his line of sight. And I'm gonna swing. I'm gonna actually Where is it? Booming blade. Oh, that didn't work.
Huh. And does it make the attack for you?
You must make a melee attack with level against one creature.
I think it does the attack.
Yeah, I
roll.
think that was the
So,
attack roll.
Fortunately, you missed.
And then I'm going offhand deck. Also sneak attack. Oh, good! 2 damage.
You kind of trip on the way in and just get him in the ankle.
Great. Guys, the elf lady is gonna die.
You're not, your heart's not in the fight right now. That brings us to Aldo.
Alright. I am going to mind spike him.
Ooh.
Ooh.
What the fuck?
Well, that's fascinating. All right. You find yourself reaching into the mind of this terrified Minotaur, and you can feel like a palpable thing, his terror directed at Copy, and using this as your opportunity and his weakness, you just impale inwards, just stabbing into his mind many, many times, dealing the full 20 damage. That's incredible. I dropped my mouse, sorry. And he lets out a very distinct cry of even more terror as he kind of directed at Copy, as he thinks that Copy is invading
He's
his
in his head now.
That's a really juicy one. Good job. And do you want to move or do anything else?
Copy. Can you glow brighter? This is based on my fascination. And blind him?
About as bright as I get, man. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
You saved the elf lady?
You know, I don't really want it to hit me in the back. I ain't got a lot of health.
I'm calling to Aldo. Whoever you are, with the missing arm.
Yeah, I lost an arm earlier. Does that indicate how well I am at healing people?
Well, she's missing a foot now, so I feel like you should have prior knowledge on this.
Yes, my knowledge at the time was lacking, so I feel like it's going to be lacking for her as well.
Well,
Unless you want me to pour sand on her.
that might help. Clearly, I have no idea what I'm doing.
And that's the end of my turn.
You're gonna hold your gun? Alright. That brings us back to answering.
I'm gonna swing. I'm just gonna keep swinging at him.
I can just visualize the character just hitting every object that isn't him. You're trying so hard.
Oh. Even if you did hit. Even if you did hit.
You hit the cage next to you, you hit the wall, you hit dead Minotaur, you hit the chest.
My heart's in it though.
Your heart is really in it, and really, you got the passion, man. Oh my god. Okay, that brings us back to the Minotaur, who is just shaking his head, trying to recover from the pain that's just stabbing into his brain. So he probably has the worst migraine right now. But seeing the little dwarf fallen on the ground in front of him, he is going to take his opportunity to look anywhere but at Copy and swing at anything that he can get his paws on. I don't think Minotaurs have paws.
Hooves?
Hooves.
Hoof hands?
I think they just have normal hands. I don't know. But fortunately, he is too much pained and too frightened of
The terror.
terrifying man looming just beyond that he does not make the strike. And he still is not breaking out of the fear. He's really scared of you. And that brings us back to the drow, who is going to make her second death saving throw and fail. Meaning if she fails one more, she is dead. And that brings us back to Koga, who like almost in
Does
just
Koga have any healing skill?
Koga is shit about anything right now. He's just in an exhausted, enraged stupor, is going to stumble up and swing almost like drunkenly at this point, because he's just bleeding out of the wound in his in his chest. He's gonna swing out again at the Minotaur, just wanting to hit it. But still too exhausted. He does not manage to hit it, and he kind of collapses back down again, leaning on his great axe. And that brings us back to the top of the round with Koga.
Ooh.
Or sorry, not Koga. Koga's done. It's Khan.
I can't make it to her. What was causing the drow lady to die?
She's missing a foot and has been gored very
Can I?
badly.
Oh, damn. It's risky. Can I, cauterize her wounds with a fireball?
I will let you... Yeah, I'll let you do that. You'll have to do a sleight of hand check, though, to see how steady you are able to do it.
Let me move first. Where's that?
And you will have to be right next to her. You can't, like, throw a fireball at her to cauterize it.
That's fine.
No!
No, I know. I can't reach over it.
When you throw a fireball at enemies, does it cauterize their wounds?
Yep.
You can dash.
You can dash if you want.
But it's an action.
That's
It's
an
a
action.
bonus action.
Dashing is an action. It's
Oh.
only a bonus action for you, since you're a rogue.
Well, maybe I'm just gonna dash over here to her. She'll live next death throw.
Alright. If she survives her next throw, you'll be there to maybe help.
Did she fail twice?
She just failed twice, yes.
It's about to get toasty in here. Okay, give me my turn.
It's copy.
Would oh, never mind. I don't have that spell. He's gonna die. It's in my spell book, but it says I don't have the spell level.
Rip.
I suppose I will swing my sword again, and maybe it'll hit.
Well,
Motherfucker's so hard to hit.
The roll.
he says hitting everything else.
Still not quite able to hit. Sorry. Gale.
Is he distracted enough for me to slip away without him noticing?
No. You can use your bonus
I can disengage, I guess.
Yeah, you can bonus disengage, right? It's not part of your
Yeah, it's
thing?
bonus.
Okay, yeah. So you can bonus disengage.
And my plan is to
You don't want to attack him first.
light a
leave him here.
candle. I assume this is going to take my action.
We're gonna light a candle and cauterize her wounds.
Yes.
So you could have told me that if I ran over here and I could attack the Minotaur man.
Oh boy. Has this ever been done throughout all of history?
Yes.
People cauterize wounds with candles.
You
Yeah,
find
the
a new
options.
weapon.
You can heat up your weapon, yeah. You could also use
Oh.
the hot coals in the middle of the room.
How are you gonna cure them?
The weapon's better because it's
He can heat up his weapon in the
I'm gonna
coals.
heat up my dagger. I mean, I guess I could do that too. Oink.
Just because heating up your weapon to the appropriate heat point with a candle will probably take a while.
Yeah.
Is it still gonna take a second to heat it up on cold stone?
In the coals, it'd probably take just a few seconds, to be honest.
Then I'm going to.
So you can run over there, do that, and then use your. That'll take your full action.
Yes.
Do that, and then try and cauterize.
Yes. Do I need a sleight of
Yeah,
hand?
you can do sleight of hand to see how steady you can hold yourself. Okay. That's exactly what you needed.
Hey.
You bring over the molten hot dagger and press it gently yet firmly to her wounds. But she's completely unconscious at this point, so she doesn't flail or anything. You do manage to successfully cauterize the wounds on her midsection, and her foot has been wrapped decently enough for the time being, so she is stable,
Hey.
but still very unconscious.
Field medic. Shitty field medic.
Who knew rogues could be good at cauterizing wounds?
You're stealing my glory, man. It's not fair.
You're gonna throw a fireball at her!
It's a whole turn.
You're gonna throw a fucking fireball at her!
Hey. You can't tell me that would have been more fun to watch her throw some fireballs at her.
That's not the goal! The goal is not hilarity. Well, no, she's not.
I only know her.
I put in a lot of effort to save her, okay?
Just like you did, Doorman.
Well, I killed him, but we don't talk about that.
Alright, is Aldo's turn.
alright. I'm going to choose to ring the bells.
Ring the bells!
Dong.
Madness.
Wait, what?
Wait,
Wait, what?
I did the 1d12 because it doesn't work.
Oh, so you do
but
5 damage.
he still needs to do a saving throw.
Yep.
And he is still so gripped by both. You still have a grip on his mind also. You're concentrating on keeping track of his position and his condition as well. So you have a grip on his mind, and he's also just being gripped by fear from Copy. So easily enough, boom, the sound just slams him right into his ears, and his head flails around in absolute agony at this point as he takes the 5 damage. But he again still thinks that all these attacks are coming into his mind. Copy. And you want to move?
No, that was in his turn.
Okay.
That icon is terrifying.
I know it is. I'll bring Stansford.
Oh my god!
Hey, 4 damage!
He manages to finally whack the Minotaur like up across the back of its neck, its thick, muscled neck.
And I'm surprised by this because I've been swinging for hours now.
Yeah, you actually hold it there for a second, kind of staring at it like, oh, I hit it. And he kind of just thuds dully and deals with just a cheeky little 4 damage, but at least you hit it.
I finally.
That's a win in my book.
That's it. That's all I needed to do.
And at this point, basically, in he needs to do he kind of finally managing to stabilize himself and shake himself free of the grip that you have on him, Copy, in absolute rage at this point, just as Ansred is pulling his quarterstaff back down from the back of his neck, holding your eye contact with you. He's going to lower his head and whip upwards with his horns to try and gore you. revenge gore. And fortunately, you notice this coming in time as the kind of the magic of your looming god behind you dissipates, and you are able to step back and avoid its head swinging towards you, and you do not get hit. The drow is still unconscious, so that brings us back to Koga, who is going to make, this time not even able to heft his great axe. He is going to make one last weak punch with just his bare fists towards the lower leg of the minotaur that he can reach, and he does manage to hit it twice with both of his fists, just as he falls back and kind of just collapses in complete exhaustion, no longer able to get up, dealing 6 damage
With his tiny dwarven fists.
Punch harder than my stat.
All right, and that will bring us to Cotton.
I'm feeling adventurous right now. Can I try to sneak up behind him?
No, God.
Sure.
Oh, there you go. Am I stealthy?
Yeah, I'm rolling 1 sec. You are completely stealthed. He has no idea that you're there.
Okay, I'm gonna reach out, and I'm going to I can grasp.
Oh my God.
Excellent. You reach out and just grasp him up on the upper part of the back of his neck and try to unleash...
Wait, you wearing armor?
What?
Is he wearing armor?
He is wearing armor.
I get advantage then.
There you go.
So yes, I do.
Yes.
Roll a 20.
There you go.
Damn.
This time, you reach up to grab the metalled, scaled part of his scale mail armor and unleash a small electric shock that kind of zaps through his body, but you barely even notice the jolt that runs through him as he takes only 2 damage.
I'm gonna move back 5 feet.
I did not take this away.
Doesn't he get an opportunity attack?
Yeah.
Thought he doesn't get opportunity because he had a reaction. Then how it works.
No.
What's the reaction?
What do you mean?
Shocking grasp.
And it can't take reactions until the start of its next turn.
I did not. Yes, opportunity attack is a reaction, so he doesn't. I didn't read that far. I'm sorry. There's a lot of reading going on.
It's a lot of new things happening.
Sorry. Yeah, so he can't react to you then. I don't think attacks count as reactions though.
I don't think attacks.
It's really just opportunity. So yeah, you just ran up, zapped him, and then ran away.
Yeah.
That's great.
I'm done.
Okay.
Please, guys, we've been
Copy.
trying to attack this guy for a while.
Yeah.
Oh, we're just gonna try this again.
Come on, put some passion into it. Put
Jesus
some oomph.
fuck, man. It's so hard to hit.
I got a crit too.
You did hit a crit. Oh no. You don't manage to hit him, I'm sorry. Both you and Answerin are just wailing at this thing and not hitting him. You're just clattering off his armor or off random objects around you. That's unfortunate. Your turn, Gil.
Gil is gonna sigh and walk up behind him
I'm gonna take 2 attacks.
and take a booming blade again. Oh, that didn't work. Is that actually with my short sword?
I would say for that one, just roll your short sword, and then we'll use that damage on it. Yeah, because I don't think it's rolling with your short sword mod.
So damage thunder is what he takes if he moves, and then short sword attack is just the piercing, I think.
Yes. So he's gripped with a weird booming energy that kind of shudders along the top of his skin.
Right. And then I'm going to just offhand attack. Oh wait, can I add that?
Yep, 8 damage, and then offhand. All right. With 2 quick slashes, you manage to deal. That is a full 12 damage.
And then I'm going to dash away here.
All right.
Actually, I'm gonna dash back to the elf lady.
He will get opportunity attack though, because we're not disengaging.
Do not also
But
carry out.
I thought the
I
boom.
think you can move. You attacked twice, which uses your bonus action.
Oh, that's true. Okay,
Yeah.
my bad.
That's okay. So you have to stay there. All right. Aldo.
Kill him.
1 sec, interface is reloading.
Does it keep crashing for you?
It's crashing on me too. Intermittently.
Same.
I don't know what's doing.
It hasn't happened nearly as often for me. It hasn't happened in like last hour.
That's really weird.
Alright.
Want to get in on this pummel party?
I am perfectly content standing behind this rock and firing lasers. Which is exactly what I'm going to do.
How many spells can you cast?
Oh my god.
OP, man.
Yeah, I can cast them forever. I can cast Eldritch Blast and Toll of the Dead endlessly.
That's incredible. Again, Zap comes from the universe beyond and hits. This time hits him like right across the front of his snout, and he gets incredibly wounded from this, and actually falls prone in exhaustion, just bleeding and incredibly damaged, not even able to move anymore, but still holding on to consciousness.
Who the hell is this guy and why could he shoot lasers?
The lasers work!
And Ansrin, will you get the finishing quarterstaff?
Oh no.
Yeah.
Hey!
And with the butt of your quarterstaff, you bring it up and smack it across the, right up to under his chin, just with a crack. His head lolls, and he falls dead. As finally everything returns to a comfortable, if somewhat uneasy, quiet.
I just fall back on my ass. I'm exhausted from swinging all night.
Hey big guy, can you heal the elf woman?
I'm gonna need like 8 hours of rest first.
Yeah.
I thought you had a spell.
You know, I was lied to.
By your
What?
god.
I listened to the wrong whisperings. It was someone trying to deceive me. It wasn't my god.
What, they're like radio whisperings?
Yeah, someone was trying to convert me.
Are you corrupted now?
No. I told them to go away. I am still a true believer.
I walk up to the dwarf.
Be
poke him
careful, man.
gently.
Be careful.
Are you okay?
He kind of just sprawled out on his back, still clutching both hand axes. He just looks up at you and nods once. That's all the answer you get.
Can I take that dead minotaur swords?
Yeah, you can take both scimitars.
You carry those though?
They are very heavy, but I'm pretty sure you have a fuckload of carry
Can you
weight,
use
so-
one of them as a greatsword?
Yeah. Can I examine if they're worth taking?
Yeah.
What kind of quality are these scimitars?
They're not of bad quality, but they're not like exquisitely crafted or anything. But they're heavy enough, and the grip that you have on them and their weight in your hand, I guess the balance is pretty good. They're actually just the right size about for you, as you are just a bit smaller than a minotaur.
While he's sitting there, can I ask what's going on?
That was quite the battle.
Okay, well, can we backtrack?
Glad to see you guys aren't dead. How'd you guys get here?
Well, thank goodness for you guys. How did you guys get here?
We walked.
After
of course.
after the Ankeg Queen attack, we got split up and we crawled into a fissure behind the Ankeg's throne room, I guess.
You went back to that room with a pile of bodies?
We had no choice.
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. We had a choice. No, we didn't have a choice. But I was for not coming back here. But let's say things outside are kind of fucked up.
There's
outside?
a massive fire outside. I have no idea how it got to be so big so fast. But
Where's Falcon and the twins?
well, we met the druid. And she said that she escorted them out. So looks like they're fine. But we're on our own down here. Where'd you find this guy? What happened to his arm?
Found him. We found him underneath a pile of bodies.
Underneath
right before we
it?
came down here. Underneath. He was
Doing what?
Waiting to be eaten?
Yes, that is actually true.
Oh, he survived that.
I mean, he's here.
With 3 out of 4 limbs. That's impressive.
Can I ask? Did you get mated?
Did I get mated?
Yes.
No, sir.
Oh,
Just,
you got.
I was just dinner. That's it.
Well, dinner can imply other things, but okay.
Alright. Gil's gonna lose interest immediately and
As he does.
walk
I
over
want
to
to follow
the
Gil. Get a
elf
loot on
lady
her.
and pick her up and bring her to, like, what are these? Can I put her inside a tent or something?
Tents.
You could probably put her comfortably
Put her
inside
next-
of this
Put her
large
next to the
tent,
fire.
or next to the
She's
fire.
gonna burn, man.
I'm gonna, I guess, put her next to a fire. Be fire.
Alright, you
Can
lay
I-
her down next to the fire.
Can I search the room for
Yes.
any loot?
I'll to examine this chest in front of me, the one that she looted.
Yeah.
She looted.
So Answer, as you take a look around, you do notice that this seems to be probably the central area of some kind of small colony of some kind, based on the number of tents and the objects scattered about. There's some little pieces of furniture, some what seems like food stores laid around. On the far side, there are, however, 2 crudely constructed, look like wooden crossbeams that have bits of rope still attached to them and are completely covered in lots of blood. And there even seems to be the remains of what looks like a gnawed upon severed leg on the far side of the fire, kind of near where you laid the elf lady.
Does it look like any limb that I would recognize?
It, based on the color of the skin that you can see, it certainly looks like a drow limb.
Well, like, that's pretty
And-
fucked up.
Hey Alva, do you want a leg for an arm?
No, I'm perfectly content with not attempting to attach a foot to me.
And aside from that answer, and the only other thing that catches your interest, the only other things I should say, is there seems to be some kind of a shattered, crumbled totem of some kind standing in the middle of the 2 tents behind you on the far side of the fire. It seems as though it's been built up directly out of the black basaltic stone of the cave floor, and bears a kind of a crudely shaped face on the front of it. Aside from that, It is in ruins, and there is a large chest from where you saw. She didn't loot the chest itself, she grabbed some things that were tossed on top of it. The chest itself is a large stone, it seems oddly heavy actually, carved with a few interesting runes. And there doesn't seem to be any obvious way to open it that you can tell. It's not a normal chest. And that's about it.
Can I examine the chest to see if I can recognize anything or find a way to open it?
Yeah, do a investigation check. All right. From what you can tell, you can't quite make out the exact combination of runes that you would need to use, but you can definitely tell that it seems to be magically sealed with some kind of runic seal. It is certainly magic.
Noticing that it's he's holding a magically sealed box. Can I give it a whirl?
A whirl to open it?
Yeah.
Let's see. You can roll do an Arcana check.
Yep.
That's acrobatics.
He does a backflip.
Are you somersaulting?
I'm going all in. I'm making a show out of this attempt.
He somersaults over to the chest and
Cartwheel.
he begins trying to decipher the puzzle on the front. It seems as though there are 12 runes laid out in a pattern across the top of the stone chest, and although you try a few different combinations, as you kind of hover your hand over them and feel a light magical touch, you see the runes light up dully, like with a dull glow. You try a couple combinations, but unfortunately nothing seems to no success.
Khan, do you want to give this a whirl?
Can we like that joint hands or something? You know,
I mean, I can help you if you want.
I mean, it seems more.
I can only give 50% effort.
I mean, you only need one hand. You go to the side, I get the other side. That, but that. Also, I lost my tab. I'm looking for it. Here I am. Can't answer. How about you just get in the middle and I'm going one side. And what arm do you have? Your left hand?
I think it was left.
Well, you only handed. You only left-handed. So
So he stands on my left.
yes.
Gale wanders off to find medical supplies.
All right.
I'm reloading. Sorry.
As you wander off, actually, Gale, and particularly as you wander out of the circle of light cast by Nekis, you see on the far end of the cavern, kind of shining out from within the darkness beyond in this tunnel, several pairs of glowing, reflective eyes staring back at you.
Oh, fuck. Can I light my torch and see what it is?
Yeah.
Wait, I don't have a torch anymore. I put it out. Fuck.
Do not have.
Hello? Who's there?
You okay over there, Gale?
As you call out, one of the pairs of eyes actually seems to bob a few times and steps forward. And you see a tiny, 2-foot-tall little creature with odd, like, scraggly black hair, almost like a mane, and long, gangly arms that end in these oddly large hands for their size. And he is clutching a small, what looks like a pickaxe. with these large, pupilless white eyes that just stare at you blindly.
I'm gonna ready my sword and dagger.
And as you ready your daggers, kind of preparing for any kind of advance, the little creature scuttles back a little bit and just says, "No, friendly."
Ah, I'm gonna sheath my weapons and gingerly step.
As you step forward, it kind of scuttles back a little bit more.
Okay, I'll stand where I am. And, well, I assume to be friendly as well. What are you doing here? Do you know what happened here?
Are you friendly?
Uh,
Big thing?
we killed the big thing. With big things, actually.
At this, he kind of lets out a little happy squeak, and you actually see several more pairs of eyes step forward, and you see there seems to be many more of them.
Oh, wow.
At least 5 of them walk out from the darkness, and the rest of the group kind of walks forward as they hear you talking back here, presumably by yourself, to witness this happening. Or at least whoever else feels like walking forward.
Sure, Renee.
Are we
Who are you talking to?
testing?
The Sanko Biters, what are they doing?
as Khan walks up, kind of questioning what's going on in his slightly brusque tone, all of them skitter back a little bit more, clearly terrified.
Go
ahead.
Gil rolls his eyes and turns to Khan and says, "Just stay there for a sec. Looks like we have some natives."
Some natives. After this passes, the one in the front kind of steps forward a little bit more bravely and just offers, "This is thank you. This is our home."
Oh, you guys live here.
Mhm.
What was the drow doing here?
You said they're natives, man. What you mean?
Me no know, but big thing come and kill many.
Do you know anything about that chest back there?
He simply shakes his head vigorously.
Yes or no?
No.
Do any of us recognize their race?
Do a what would it be? Nature check, I guess, or history, whichever one.
Who has high knowledge of history?
Yeah.
I do.
All right. You do know from your studies that these are a race of underground dwelling creatures known as petches. They
I know
are
these
very
things.
small. All they do is mine. That's literally all they do. They live underground and they mine and they revere stone. They basically worship it.
And they hit it with pickaxes.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what these are?
These are petches. They are miners of the Underdark.
Huh. Gil turns back to us.
They have an affinity for stone.
Yes. The one in front seems intrigued that you know what they are, and he says, "Yeah, me Rocknock. This clink dink." He kind of gestures to one that walks forward next to him.
Huh.
Be grateful.
Well,
we're friendly, so don't feel threatened. You can come back to your home. It's safe now. as far as I
Ask them they know way out.
know. Oh yeah. Do you know a way out? Is there a way out of here?
Way out?
Surface.
Surface.
A surface? And he kind of just tilts his head curiously as if he doesn't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yeah, things.
These might be creatures that never leave the Underdark.
I'm trying to think of a way.
Guessing by their pupilless eyes, you could probably guess that. They never see the sun.
Damn. If only Kogan helped us
How does that
translate.
fucking you
What,
guys
because
like
he's short?
Well,
He knows his case, man. He can describe what we need.
I could attempt to speak to them in Gnomish to see if they know it.
I mean, I'm just trying to think of a way to describe how we can find an exit. Just they have no clue what apparently the surface is.
Gale steps forward again and asks, is this all of you that's left? There are more tents than 5.
Yes, only 5.
Can you guys make it here, or do you have to find somewhere else to live?
Nowhere else to go.
Fair enough.
But if we have smack crack, we're fine.
Actually, I have a gift for you guys. I'm gonna take out the green stone that controls snakes.
Answering,
What?
you don't even know what it does yet.
It controls snakes.
We've been through this. It's not
Control snakes.
It controls the snake.
You have an item that controls
No,
snakes?
they just are
It's a-
attracted to the light
it's
of the man.
It's a long
Yeah.
story.
He failed in
I-
his
I-
deciphering number.
I
He
held
just
it
says
up.
it's control snakes.
How does
The one
that
in
help
front
them?
They like
seems
stones.
very intrigued, actually. He kind of skitters forward and says, "Oh, pretty gem.
Do you like it?
Yes."
And I put it back in my pocket.
You did.
He just looks bewildered, like he's unclear as to what happened.
Kind of a dick move.
Gale
Answering.
rolls his eyes and takes out the leather map case and takes the green crystal out from inside and hands it to him.
Oh.
Now, I'll give you this if you can tell me a path that leads out of this cave.
He doesn't know what you mean, man.
He doesn't know what the surface is, but he may know a way out.
Out of this cave?
This cave, and
To
maybe
the
we
cave,
can
probably.
find another system.
Have you ever encountered a great light which blinds you?
Like mushroom light?
No, much brighter.
Oh.
Much brighter than even our bright friend over there.
He glances over like he was about to point at Copy, and then just looks back at you with his wide pupilless eyes and just shakes his head. No.
Is there another tunnel?
Yes. He points with his little arm and his weirdly giant hand for his body size down the tunnel behind you, Gale, where you guys already came from, and says, "Big tunnel. Go down. Or up.
Oh, up. Yes. Tunnel up. Is
Did
that
you
only-
clear
is
the
that
tunnel?
the only tunnel up?
Yes, up.
Okay.
Okay, I want to backtrack. What's this crack rock you're talking about?
Crack snack.
Yeah. What's that?
Come. We have a gift present
Oh, goof. I love free things.
for Shiny Rock and Kill Big Thing." And he kind of just scampers while the rest of his kin just return around to the rest of the cavern.
So
He's going fast.
I
It
make
leads
a
you to
detour
the
to that chest that I mindlessly walked away from.
Yeah. Let's try and open this, shall we?
Okay, while you guys are doing that, while he leads Gale and Khan back to a larger tent, kind of in the back of the cave here, and he ducks in, kind of holding the tent open, even though it's only about 4 feet tall. So you have to duck in. And inside you find several what looks like just barrels and crates of small barrels and crates filled with just different random chunks of rock scattered about as if they've been carefully sorted. And in the very, very back, there's a small crate, but it is filled with what you immediately recognize to be many, many small to medium-sized chunks of just pure obsidian.
How much can we get?
What?
Yes. How much?
All for you.
All of it. Don't mind if I do.
You should be able to double-click on the tent now, and he picks something up from behind the crate. It seems to be a small pickaxe with a small obsidian, rounded, smooth obsidian piece kind of strapped to the end of it primitively, and he holds it up to you and says,
Damn you.
"Smack crack."
That was take what he says, man.
Wow. Thank you.
This crumbles all rocks like butter when hit.
Like butter.
Yes. Make tunnels very quick.
And
Well, it sounds like you can be doing some digging.
do you mind if I try it somewhere here?
Yes.
I'm gonna go to.
Oh, no. As soon as you walk in that direction, he shakes his head vigorously and says, no, and points to the tunnel that you can see, kind of the small tunnel, says, no go there. Grubkin live there.
Who?
Grubkin?
Grubkin,
What is Grubkin?
big, fat, eat lots of meat.
Is he?
Leave alone if feed.
Where do you get meat?
Lots of mean creature try to kill. We smack
Huh.
and give them to Grubkin.
Are those spider webs accurate? Can I assume that there's a spider web there?
You can assume, yes.
Spider friend? Oh, definitely gotta feed him. Ooh, can I
Gil
go
will
some
nod and-
meat? That's roast meat. Miniature meat.
But no go. Grubkin have no been fed for many days. I'm very angry.
Perfect, man. Let's cut up some minotaurs.
Gil's gonna hit this rock with smack crack.
Right. You hit the rock, and true to his word, the hard basalt rock actually, almost like magic, just crumbles under the lightest tink of the small pick, and it just starts to fall away. You hit it one more time, and it falls away even more. Quite fascinatingly.
Huh. This is incredible. How did you make this?
We no make. Our god, Slick Black, make for us.
Slick black.
Mm-hmm. He points to the center of the camp, kind of vaguely in the direction of where the totem once was.
I see. Is he here? Will he come back if he's not?
Me no know. Big, angry, kill him.
Oh. I see.
How heavy are these totem heads?
They are not incredibly heavy. They're pretty small compared to you, since they were built by tiny people, so.
Okay.
But they are made of pure basalt.
Can I attempt to put it back together?
Yeah. I would say you'd probably need the help of one other person, but easy enough without any rolls. You guys can just... Especially if you use a certain spell.
Okay. Oh, is that small?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so I'll cast Mend on it.
Great. Who's helping you stack up the pieces while you cast this?
Copy, get your ass over here, man.
Oh, I'm busy inspecting this sword.
You've been inspecting it for like 30 minutes? Are you okay?
It's a hard choice, man.
Me hard choice.
There's two of them. I only want one.
Can you not
Hard
just
choice.
try both of them then decide later?
It's too heavy. They're not worth that much.
They're not worth that much. You decide which one is worth taking.
Yeah, it's not worth taking.
You're not
one,
interested in
but
these
it's worth
axes
taking
instead?
one.
No? These juicy hands.
Gale is going to motion to the mini guy and walk over to
His name is Knockrock.
Knockrock and walk towards the totem
Stack them up, I'll mend it.
and help stack them up.
Alright.
Aldo will slowly pick up one rock at a time, or one totem piece at a time.
All three of you working together to pick up each piece. There seems to be about 6 or 7 pieces of various sizes. You figure out how to put them all back together, and you cast one large mend spell at the end and watch them all slowly form back together. And Gale, out of the corner of your eye, you can see the small pupilless eyes of Knockrock grow incredibly wide as he just goes, "Oh, like gods you are. You fit the black."
That is correct, we are gods.
No one's a god here. Okay. Are you saying the totem's the god?
Hmm.
Can you help our friend over there who's hurt? I point over to the drow. Do you have anything that can help?
When he looks over to her, he actually backs up a little bit and kind of crouches down, looking at her curiously, and says, "Me no help black ones."
What? But in context, what?
He doesn't want to help her.
Why?
They're mean to our people.
Did she hurt you?
Many of her kind hurt us before.
I can light her ass on fire right now. Did she do anything to hurt you right now?
Gale pushes Khan back and
No.
Me no see this one before. But I
wait,
don't
what the
have-
fuck?
Gary, you trying to start a
Whoops.
This is escalating quickly.
We had a knife fight.
Don't touch your bitch.
Mine's better than yours.
I'm gonna hold my knife up, man. We just gotta get all the facts first, okay? She could be dangerous.
Oh, she doesn't seem that dangerous right now. So
Now.
why was she in this camp right here? Did something catch her? Did you guys catch her?
No. She come after. When we hide in tunnel, we see her go by with friend in cart.
Cart? Friend?
Oh, the cart.
What cart?
Well,
Was she the last one?
What are you talking about?
There was
there-
another. There were 2.
Is
The other one
is
get eaten?
dead one at the cart? The other one?
There was not a
Yeah,
dead
I
one at the
feel-
cart. There was just a lot of blood.
Bloody.
But he
lot of
points
blood.
down at the leg that is literally in between all of you and says,
He dead.
Huh.
All right. So to bring you up to speed, just down the way where we came from, there's a broken cart, and clearly someone died there.
Oh, and there's also rubble that's blocking the path. Maybe we can dig our way out.
Well, luckily someone has a nice pickaxe to get to work.
Let's try and open this chest first that we keep ignoring.
Well, do you have any medical supplies? We'll take her with us, and well, you don't have to be afraid of her.
One moment.
She is
Yeah.
missing a leg, so
Well,
No,
Kyle
not
Nick is gonna
scary.
carry her.
She's missing a foot. Hey, we could probably attach her friend's foot to her. She'll
I think we
Are we
already
that
cauterized the
skilled?
we already cauterized the wound though.
Con can try it.
It seems like a warlock thing to do.
wait.
I mean, the wounds are
can a
cauterized
warlock
though.
Do that?
We don't know who he is yet.
I don't know.
I mean, he's doing magic. I'm saying he's a warlock or a wizard of some sort.
Yeah, I guess I haven't. Well, yes.
You are a blasphemer like the rest of us.
the
Like the rest of you.
If you don't know, certain persons here doesn't like use magic.
I see.
So about this box.
You guys return to the box as the knock rock kind of scuttles back up to you, Gale, since you've been the one talking to him the most, and holds out his big hands, which hold what looks to be small dried pieces of some kind of green, most likely another fungi. He says,
This very, very rare, but make better wounds.
Well, I appreciate it. Do you have any more of this?
Sir, you have load up right now.
No,
Quick.
no. All that's left. But
Give
since
it to
you
her.
thick, slick black, you have, please.
Well, I very much appreciate it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Don't let Answerin see that. Give it to her quickly.
And I guess Gil will get to work mashing the shrooms,
Alright.
applying it to wounds.
And I'm gonna have, as you do that, I'm going to have whoever is fiddling with the chest do a
Dexterity saving throw.
We're all fluent to chest.
It's a trip. Just do another Arcana check.
We're holding hands though.
With advantage. We're holding
One,
hands.
yeah, one of you can do it with advantage
I'm trusting you, Answer.
if you're holding it.
You want me to do it?
Yes, I trust you. Damn.
What?
See?
Yeah,
Not
well,
the
you do
only person
acrobatics.
doing
Why are you
somersaults.
doing acrobat? Why is everyone doing flips?
Is it? Oh, it's the other.
All right. You spend quite a bit of time with it, trying various combinations, and possibly even, if you can, simply bypass the spell on it and force it open somehow through another form of magic. But quite surprisingly to you, even with your extensive knowledge, you cannot find a way to open this thing.
How sturdy is this
Wait a minute.
chest?
Wait.
She opened it during combat.
She did not. She did not. She picked things up on top of it. Her stuff was kind of
Oh, okay.
thrown over it. Yeah.
Maybe she knows who we should pick her up.
Maybe Gale can hit it with a pickaxe.
Yeah, how sturdy looking is this chest?
It is very sturdy looking.
Made out of stone.
Yes, made out of stone.
Gale.
What?
Forget about her for a second. Or are you finished?
I'm busy.
Is he finished?
Copy seems pretty stout. Maybe he should take a swing with the pickaxe at it.
Yeah, I think he might have a better shot.
Wait, do not hand anything to him because you're not going to get it back. Don't do that.
Hey man, you want to open this chest or not?
I prefer someone else takes a swing at it. No offense, you know.
I lent him my lawnmower quite a while ago. He hasn't given it back. So
Lawnmower.
This lawnmower you speak of.
cuts grass in front of the house.
I don't cut
Nope.
grass.
Can I have it back then?
You've never given me such a thing.
Gale still one more healed yet.
I'm working
we
on
long
it.
rest while this is all happening.
Yeah.
I mean, you
Yeah.
certainly are going to get a short rest out of this. If you guys want a long rest, you can do that too.
Long rest.
I would agree with the long rest.
You guys are tired. I barely took any damage.
I feel great for you.
Hmm?
However, we need it.
People.
Gale, you finally finished putting the last crushed up bit of mushroom over the last bit of her wounds, and she almost kind of sighs a little bit in her unconscious state, as if that has helped incredibly. And she seems like she's okay now. She's mostly comfortable.
Well, that's the last of it. Let's hope that works.
Okay, can I ask Nakra
And
is
Gale
safe to
turns
rest
to
here?
the other guys huddled over the chest. What the hell are you guys doing?
Gale, bring the pickaxe.
We need you to do some mining.
You want me to hit a wooden chest with a
It's,
pickaxe?
It's a
made
stone
of
chest.
stone.
Oh.
You do Minecraft.
Well, are you sure it isn't magically sealed?
Sure what?
That is what we're certain of. That is why we want you hit it with the pickaxe.
So if you think physical force will work on a magically sealed chest.
Well, honestly, magic did not work, so I mean, don't know. Take a swing, man.
Well, Gale makes a swing with smack crack.
We wait, see what happens.
Oh, are you gonna? I'm sorry. Are you gonna roll it?
I'm looking for it.
I guess you don't really have to roll it, but
There's no roll.
I was kind of just sitting there blank faced waiting for a roll. You take this small little pickaxe and with a. I'm assuming you're not hitting it as hard as you can.
I'm tapping it.
You're tapping with a light ding on the top of this heavy stone chest. You watch as the runes actually flicker a few times and seem to vanish while the stone cracks spiderwebs. The cracks spiderweb out across the surface, and it simply crumbles into stony dust to reveal several different bundles of what looks to be silk-wrapped objects.
I reach my hand out quickly and grab it.
That works perfectly.
Sword-like objects are mine.
And we will reveal what's inside of the silk next time, since it's 1 p.m.
They wanted the loot.
Well, in that case, can I just
They
ask a quick
figured out
question
how to
to
get it
Nakra?
out.
Is it safe to rest here?
Yeah, can we do the long rest and then quit, or?
We'll probably.
We do long rests like we're taking 3 shifts, and we each do like perceptions and stuff.
But I will have. Nonkrog is going to say,
Yes, safe to stay, but feed Grubkin or he kill us all.
Okay, well,
Take the leg and feed Grubkin.
take the leg. He needs bigger.
Con. Just take the leg.
God, about you. Fuck that.
You got
Well-
to feed it.
Why don't we feed it some Minotaur?
Well, maybe cop niggas and grab one of these big ass swords and chop off an arm. This needs more like a worthy gift than just a.
Since we saved the
Smart.
drow woman, I don't want to say that we
Fed her friends.
a friend to a spider. That might be a bad
Just,
look.
just say her friend went to a good cause.
We have plenty of Minotaur here. Can you just...
I'm taking out my dagger and start just chopping away.
Don't even chop. Just drag the car.
I can't drag him, man.
Drag the Nekus can.
Niggas is lazy.
that's a good point. We'll have you guys do that next time, though. That's easy enough to do next time. And once you do that, I will let you long rest for free.
Free.
For free.
For free!
Since you'll have a small clan of little rock people to look after you.
See that me out crashes me.
That's weird.